Wow, I've been thanking you all and talking for 1 whole minute. Sorry, I was on mute. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. So very good to see you. Welcome back. If you've been here before, welcome in. First timers, we're a friendly crowd. Join in, drama free. Mods, thank you for all you do. I just spent my first minute thanking you, so I'm going to do it again. NJ's, thank you so much for being here. And Ginger Girl's mom, thank you for that great challenge that you put up for everyone. We can make 10 a day, right? Even if we email them, print out your flyers. Let's do the 10 a day challenge. Print them out, email them out. Let's get everyone sending out 10 a day. I love that, Ginger Girl's mom. Thank you. Hello, Raymond Thomas. Beth Legg, I will be calling you as soon as I hang up here today. Thank you so much, my dear. Hello, Frank Raymond. Canine Captain Jules, this video is in honor of information you've provided to the community, and I appreciate you for being here tonight and getting us thinking along these lines. Hello, Brenda Sue. So good to see all of you. I hope you've had a really good Wednesday hump day, right? Nicey Marie, glad to have you in. Maria S., enjoy the simple things in life, indeed. Hello. Crochet, how you doing? Hi, Justice. For Kylo, you changed your name back. Hello, hello. Hello, Julie Wesner. SCP Foundation. Hit that like button on your way in if you would, please. These are important. I really almost want to put like an alert to law enforcement when we make some of these, because we're putting together the interviews and the news articles. You know, I might start doing that. So hello, Town Chat Cafe, but let's hit that thumbs up so it gets out there. Important information. Did they use electronic dogs? If they did, is that what hit at the landfill? What does it mean to use electronic dogs? What does it mean that they're using large machinery in that search in the landfill? We're going to learn a little bit about this. We are going to talk about the timeline that they provided with the trash. Listen to a little bit about that from that PI interview. Just go back to the trash chore talk. We're going to talk about, in my opinion, why bringing up that trash chore is so important. I've changed my mind. I used to think that it was because KP was stressing Sebastian was home. That was, important that he made it home. However, it's dawned on me lately that I think possibly the reason she keeps bringing up the trash, he took out the trash because that's his chore. Like Peter Hyatt said, she doubles down then. He went outside to take out the trash. She doubles down on it. It's very important. And it dawned on me, and I don't know if I'm right, but it's a new thought for me. I used to think it was so we knew Sebastian made it home in her eyes. But now I'm wondering if it's so she is making sure the narrative states she didn't put the trash. She didn't take out the trash. She's distancing herself from the trash, in my opinion. Could it be? Sebastian took the trash out. So therefore, Sebastian's responsible for what's in that trash, kind of thing. I wasn't near the trash. That was Sebastian, in my opinion. But the timeline doesn't add up. Going right home from Texas Roadhouse, the statements they make to the PI. Something stinks, my friends, in this case, and we've been saying it for 14 months. It's something with the trash. They reported him missing he went missing before the trash was picked up on February 26th, Monday. He was reported missing at 6:33. Now, even when I thought it was 6 a.m., I thought it was odd, but 6:33, it got to dispatch. That is after the trash truck left the neighborhood. And I have said for 14 months, were they waiting for the trash truck to leave? Not thinking they would track it to the landfill in Kentucky or where it might go. Just the theory, because all of this is for entertainment purposes only. My theories, my thoughts, my speculations. My chat has their theories, their thoughts, their speculations. We can differ, we can agree. We're not saying it's true. We are just brainstorming in a case where there is very little accurate information out there. And when you provide very little accurate information from the very person who was there last, people have to speculate in order to save a child's life or bring a child home. This is Crime Time Buzz, and I thank you all for being here. We've been hitting a little hard the last couple of days on the shenanigans, pointing them out. I think they're going to be good little pieces for law enforcement. I will start tagging them. Yesterday, we covered why behaving and acting like a gentleman and a fatherly man, in our opinion, in order to get custody is not outweighing the threats, the defense, the fear, the paranoia, the screaming. So there's a lot at stake. There's so much so at stake that it supersedes custody, in my opinion. Right? So we are going to start today talking about the landfill. This is the article that we kind of all overlooked for months, where at the end they discuss that law enforcement is going to go and assess what they found and analyze it and determine if they have to go back. So they did find something at the landfill. In my opinion, it was not a precautionary measure because we know it requires probable cause to get a search warrant. And my friends, when you have a search warrant from another state, when it's another state conducting the search warrant, which we learned from our friend Captain Canine Jules, thank you so much. That other state is filling out, Kentucky State Police is who filled out the search warrant to search Hopkins County Regional Landfill. So they searched, if they filled out that search warrant, I know many people, the worry about the connections and stuff, but Kentucky State Police has nothing to do with Sumner County other than they filled out a search warrant. And I'll explain to you why, because I looked that up too. And it so happens that, so they showed them the probable cause. They filled out the search warrant. Probable cause meaning a crime has been committed, we believe. We believe this search will produce evidence, Sebastian, or pertaining to the crime. Okay, so Kentucky State Police, according to Jules, filled that out, that search warrant. And real quick, before we go, before we start, I want to share one thing with you about Kentucky's filling that out. Hold on one second. I always have so much. Okay. This is something I want to share with you. Why would they use, my question was, why would local investigators have police from the other state file the search warrant? Because I was curious. Local investigators might have police from another state file a search warrant if the subject of the investigation or evidence related to the crime is located out of state. So since the landfill is in Kentucky, that would make sense that they would have the Kentucky State Police file the search warrant. This allows for the proper legal procedures to be followed in the relevant state to obtain a warrant. Local investigators often need assistance from the out-of-state police to execute a warrant or conduct an investigation in that state. If the suspected subject, witness, or crucial evidence is located in another state, local investigators need to work with the law enforcement agency in that jurisdiction to obtain a valid search warrant. Each state has its own laws and procedures for obtaining and executing search warrants. Out-of-state police can ensure the warrant is properly executed and that the local investigators are following the correct legal procedures. So that would be why they filed the search warrant. But Sumner County had to come and provide them with all of the probable cause and the evidence to include in that search warrant. Okay? So I just wanted to answer that because I was very curious about that. Let's go ahead and watch this now. We've watched it several times since we found it, but it's an important piece. Welcome into everyone. If I didn't get to personally greet you, thank you for being here. We have a goal tonight in our app for a bonus hour. And our bonus hour, I will read. Remember we talked about Nina yesterday and the custody and all of that? Well, today, if we want to do a bonus hour, we don't have to. It's just if you want to stay on that extra time, I would never be upset if we don't reach the goal to bonus. That just means you're not up for it that night. But if you want to, let me know. Let's reach our goal. And I'm going to read Nina's daughter's message to Kathy Bowersox once she grew up and told her what she remembers. And we're going to watch a little bit of the March 1st vigil. I want to lift us up in prayer and search for Sebastian. And we're going to end with a Seashore Annie song for Sebastian if you all want that bonus hour. And I promise you, I'm never offended if you don't. It's just me wanting to know, do you want to stay and do this for an extra hour? NJ's, hello, hello. Gifting a Crime Time Buzz membership. We are going to have an extra members live. I'm hoping it's tomorrow, if not Friday, before our regular Saturday one. Welcome to our family reunions, and please thank NJ's. Thank you so much, NJ's. And Captain Canine Jewel, or Canine Captain Jewel, sorry. Thank you for your donation. They could have had FBI do the warrant for another state, but they didn't. Oh, in the video I showed the specific department needs a warrant to deploy a ESD canine. Wonderful. I'm planning on, thank you, Jules, for that. Jules, I'm planning on showing that. Is that the video from yesterday? That's also on our list for today because you give such great information. Before I go into what an electronic dog is I'm going to play your video. So I'm so glad you're here, and it will be credit to Jules. Thank you, Jules. But yes, please let me know if that's on the video that I'm going to show it. It's from today, I believe. So, why didn't the dogs hit on Sebastian's scent if he took out the trash? You know, Jules, can you answer that since you're here? That's a great question. Town Chat Cafe says, in my opinion, Sebastian was wearing a short sleeve shirt when he took out the trash Sunday night. If they saw someone with a black long sleeve, oops, sorry, it jumped. Then, in my opinion, it was KK, not Sebastian. Well, now, according to KK, she says that the FBI cleaned up that dark silhouette moving, and they could see clearly after cleaning it up that it was Sebastian through his runs, his mannerisms, etc. It was clearly him. So, I don't know. I think the FBI can certainly verify if that's fact or not, right? Let me just see if Jules was able to answer that. Jules. Okay. Gotcha, Jules. Thank you. Hi, Tam here. Hello, hello. Hi, Mama First. I saw your email. I'm just trying to see if Jules was able to answer that question up here. Why didn't the dogs hit on Sebastian's scent? Yes, thank you for your permission to use your content. Will you drop a link to Jules's channel, please? It's such a wealth of information. We can take Jules's information, not only and apply it to Sebastian's case, but to all the cases, right? Right? Okay, well, I'm just gonna, I can't see if there was oh, Raymond, thank you for gifting a membership. Welcome to the reunions. Thank you so much, Raymond. That's so generous that you grow our family like that. Please thank Raymond if you receive that sweet gift. Pamela Hale, thank you so much for your super sticker. We're working towards our goal. Some of us want to stay. That's amazing. I love spending that extra time. It's a little bit more relaxed for us. Yesterday was a lot of fun. We made our first goal. Thank you all. Pamela, that is so sweet. I love it when you all put your animals on there. It's just so cute. Okay, check with Seth on that. He can confirm the best. He never saw the video, but was told that. He claims, telling chat, that he saw the video of Sebastian taking out the trash, but Seth said that you can't tell it's Sebastian. So when KP's saying they cleaned it up, it must have been after that. That's what I'm saying. It's very easy to verify things that have been said on interviews and there forever, right? Or and on the internet. Okay. So the question is, I'm going to write that down. If he took out the trash, would they have picked up his scent? I'm just going to write that down because that's a great question. And I will write that down just in case I get deterred. Okay, let's go ahead and start with this article. Thank you all. I appreciate it. I hope I said my thank you so far. Pamela, thank you. Jules, thank you. NJ's and Raymond, you're all amazing. Thank you so much for your generosity. And I want to thank everyone who's in the house tonight. Every time you enter, it means the world to me. Your presence means the world to me. And I just truly, oops, sorry. I just turned it. I truly appreciate you. I have a shout out to give today, and I'm going to give it after this video to a fan who watches every day, and their child reached out to me and asked me to give mom a shout out. So hang tight. That's coming up.
From Sebastian's neighborhood was taken to. News 2's Adam Minzer is joining us live from that search site with an update. Adam.
Haley, Bob, we actually just heard from the Sumner County Sheriff telling us that they were looking in a very specific location, the location right behind me with that white tarp right there and a few people moving around. As you can see, there's more activity there now than there was previously in the day. It looks like they've resumed normal operations. Now, what's interesting about what the sheriff just told us is that they were looking this specific area because the trash from Sebastian's neighborhood got dumped here today. They spoke to the driver of the trash truck for that area, and he said that it was put in that space right behind us. I want to show you some drone footage. This is as close as they've let us get to the search, but we took this a little bit earlier. You could see about 20 people searching this concentrated area using an excavator to move around the trash to get a better idea of what's there. As you said, this is all precautionary. The sheriff's office says that they were doing this to rule out possible questions and options, telling them where Sebastian may be. The search has been ongoing for about 10 days now. They extensively searched the area in Sumner County around Sebastian's home, and before moving here, about an hour and a half away to White Plains, Kentucky. Now, as it's starting to get dark, we're waiting to learn more about what, if any, idea of what's there. As you said, this is all precautionary.
Watch where I point with my cursor so you can see where I see dogs. So we can see the dogs are there. Are they electronic detection dogs? Very likely. Are they cadaver dogs? Could be.
Sheriff's office says that they were doing this to rule out possible questions and options, telling them where Sebastian may be. The search has been ongoing for about 10 days now. They extensively searched the area in Sumner County around Sebastian's home, and before moving here, about an hour and a half away to White Plains, Kentucky. Now, as it's starting to get dark, we're waiting to learn more about what, if anything, they found. As a reminder, Sebastian is 5'5" with dirty blonde hair, last seen wearing a black shirt and black sweatpants. Bob, Haley?
Adam, this has been a day-long effort. What happens now?
At the last we heard from the sheriff, he says that now they look at what they found, look at what they learned, and then they reassess whether it's worth it to continue searching here or to move on to other evidence and to whatever else they can learn through other sources.
Now, new.
So they are going to assess what they found and determine if they should return or if they should move on to other sources. Wendy M., congratulations. Welcome in. Saturday's 1 p.m. and we're going to have another one either tomorrow night or Friday night. So very interesting article. They arrived the day Sebastian's trash arrived from the neighborhood in Kentucky, an hour and a half away. Kentucky State Police, according to Jules, had the search warrant, which we just read that is what indeed would be occurring because it's in their local jurisdiction, which means Sumner County provided probable cause to get that affidavit, that search warrant filled out, saying we believe, to a judge, we believe that a crime has been committed. Here's the probable cause, which, by the way, is the lowest form of proof. Here's the probable cause that we believe we will find Sebastian, something related to Sebastian and the crime at this landfill. They went there, and Kentucky State Police were there the same day that they arrived with the trash. Now, one thing I do want to show you real quick is about the big trucks in the background. I wanted to know, would they do that with a body? If they by chance thought there would be a body, excuse me. I wanted to see if they were, my point being is if they were using machinery and you don't do that when you're in a recovery process, then I would eliminate that and go to electronics, clothing, things like that. However, after reading this article, I can't eliminate that they were looking for a recovery also after reading this. So that's why I have to research, because a lot of this stuff I don't know about, and I want to share it with you all before I speak on it. Yes, large machinery like bulldozers and excavators are often used in landfill searches for bodies, especially when dealing with large areas or suspected locations. This machinery helps to move and sift through the debris, making it easier to locate evidence or remains. Let me make sure I'm not on mute. Okay. Let me go back. So it makes it easier. The machinery helps to move and sift through the debris, making it easier to locate evidence or remains. Here's a more detailed look at how it's used. Moving the debris. Bulldozers and excavators can lift and move large sections of landfill material, allowing searchers to focus on specific areas. Sifting through the material. Once the material is moved, it can be sifted through with tools like potato rakes to identify any potential evidence. And see, we're seeing both of those go on in this search. We're going to watch it again. Creating isolated searches. Garbage deliveries from specific locations can be isolated, allowing searchers to focus on a smaller, more manageable area. Safety, they're talking about with the bulldozers and things. The large machinery was my question. Yes, large machinery like bulldozers and excavators are often used in landfill searches. Safety and efficiency. Using machinery helps to expedite the search process and improve safety by minimizing the need for manual labor in potentially hazardous conditions. Bulldozers and shovels will lift sections of material from the landfill and distribute it into lines in another field near the search site. Searchers will then sift through those lines, excuse me, with potato rakes. If they come up empty, the bulldozer will move that material away and start the process anew. So now that we know that, I would like to watch it again if you're okay with that. Now that we know, they'll move it, they'll put it in a line. We'll see potato rakes, people searching. Okay. And that we very well may see those dogs may very well be electronic electronic detection dogs, because the state police do have them in Kentucky. And I will show you one example. As Jules said, they have 5. It's very good information. It brings a lot to work with, make some connections. Before we watch that video again, this is when they introduced their first. Now they have 5, apparently. Kentucky State Police introduced Canine May. Kentucky State Police are putting the spotlight on its newest member, a 2-year-old black lab unit named May, serving as the agency's first electronic storage device detection canine. She is one of only 51 ESD canine units in the country. So now think about this. I don't know how old this was, but if there's very few of them, 51, and Kentucky State Police have 5 of them, perhaps if something was thrown away in that trash can in Stafford, that was a poor call, because it goes to Kentucky where they have 5, if indeed it was electronics, where they have 5 of the very few across the nation ESD canine dogs. May was trained by Detection Canine located in Indianapolis. ESD canines work with police agencies and internet crimes against children, task forces, to assist with locating hidden electronic storage devices such as hard drives, USB drives, and cell phones. Also Apple Watches, also dash cams, also SIM cards, all of it. That may contain criminal activity, even child SAM material. So they have 5 of these. Okay, and they hit on electronics. So it would not be a far stretch to think that that could be what they were doing out there, especially with the very weird circumstance of electronics at that household, in my opinion. You have you have an installation technician for security, home security, who claims to have none on her home. By the way, in Jules's video, they do talk about that they're upgrading their system. And if you upgrade a system, you have one and you're adding to it, in my opinion. So thank you for sharing that with us, Jules. I think that's on the video we're watching today. They have said to have allegedly that there were cameras in the kitchen. Those weren't around. Now, I've never heard that verified. But the fact that there's no security cameras, there's no Ring doorbell, allegedly. There's just a lot with electronics. Phones had been turned off, allegedly, in early February. We just don't know. We don't know what else it could be, what else they could be looking for. So if it's that, but it makes sense that electronics, especially when you hear they don't have a security system and it's the home of an installation tech for security systems, that I think could be a red flag. Let's go ahead. But they have 5 Kentucky State Police. We see dogs in the video. We're going to watch again. Now we understand what the bulldozers are doing, the men with the rakes. We're going to watch it again. And I think it makes a lot of sense that they may be out there with a cadaver, I'm not sure a scent dog, but a cadaver and an electronic dog, detection dog. And then I'm going to share with you CP and KP talking in their own words about the trash and the timelines and what does not add up again. It just does not add up. Oh, did I take it down? Hold on one second. I think I took it down. Oh, darn it. Let me pull it back up. Sorry about that. I really want to watch that again, just so we see the goings on now that we know what it is. And this is PRN News. Sorry. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me share that screen with you. Now we know what we're looking at now.
Sebastian Rogers' trash that day he went missing 10 days ago, and that person told them exactly where that he dropped off the trash from that neighborhood. And that's where they've been searching all day. You could see over my left shoulder, there's a little bit of a tarp. It's in that area that we saw crews up until about 15 minutes ago, 15, 30 minutes ago. They've been here all day for about 6 or 8 hours total. I saw about 20 people. Let me actually show you a little bit earlier what happened. We have some drone video of that moment. There was about 20 or so people from Sumner County searching that area closely. And we saw them actually shifting through the trash using machinery to get through it as well. It seems like those people and those machinery are gone now. We spoke to the sheriff's office a short while ago. They say that their original plan was to keep searching until it gets dark. We're about at that time right now. And we have no updates if they found anything at all so far today. Now, as you were talking about, this is a precautionary move that they decided to make. They said that he went missing off the tracks for 8 hours total. I saw about 20 people. Let me actually show you a little bit earlier what happened. We have some drone video of that moment. There was about 20 or so people from Sumner County searching that area closely. And we saw them actually shifting through the trash using machinery to get through it as well. It seems like those people and those machinery are gone now. We spoke to the sheriff's office a short while ago. They say that their original plan was to keep searching until it gets dark. We're about at that time right now. And we have no updates if they found anything at all so far today. Now, as you were talking about, this is a precautionary.
And that, my friends, is the article that replaced the one we watched where they said they didn't find something. So it was very interesting that they switched up that article. Remember the one that's so hard to find where they say they found something? And then this one is the one that comes back out and replaces it with that they didn't find anything. So what did they find at the search? What did the dogs hit on at the search if they indeed did hit? Were they electronic detection dogs? Were they hopefully not cadaver dogs? What kind of dogs were they? But let's learn a little bit more from Jules on electronic detection dogs and the situation, our expert in the house. And before I do that, though, real quick, I want to share Sonny Weatherford's the article, the written article about this landfill search. And Sonny does mentions in one article that he speaks in that they went to the landfill, or that he was reported missing. Oops, sorry, wrong one. That he was reported, Sebastian was reported missing. Oh my goodness, hold on. That Sebastian was reported missing, excuse me, before the trash, after the trash, and went missing before the trash. And Sonny had said that too. Went missing before the trash was picked up and reported missing after the trash left. But I want to read to you this article that they talk about the trash search, because I think it's important. Because it says, despite exhaustive efforts, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office said Friday a search of the Kentucky landfill did not provide any additional clues as to what happened to missing teen Sebastian Rogers. The decision to search the Hopkins County Regional Landfill in White Plains was made in accordance with ongoing investigative efforts and information gathered in the search for Sebastian Rogers. That sounds quite different than precautionary, the sheriff's office said in a news release Friday morning. Canine teams were used to search the area Thursday as trained personnel looked for any evidence pertaining to the case. However, officials said no leads were discovered. So they've backtracked, and we've seen Nick Barris have to backtrack on a couple of his reports too that were taken back. So I find it interesting. Well, and here's Sonny Weatherford, rest in peace, former sheriff who passed away during the search, disappearance, all of this happening, and was replaced by Eric Craddock. While we had hoped for a different outcome, our commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering. We will continue to explore all avenues and resources to bring closure to this case and provide answers to Sebastian's family and loved ones. So they had hoped for a different outcome. So they went in there with an idea of what they may find, and they thought it was going to bring answers to the case of the crime that was committed, which is why an Amber Alert was put out. Okay, let's go ahead and go to Jules. Oh, and just so you know, I made a mistake. Our goal is to listen to Nina's oldest daughter's message to Kathy Bowersox and finish part 2 of Nina's story. And then I want to add with some the vigil song, the vigil prayer and a song. So I forgot to bring in Nina for you. So I think I want to finish what Nina said. I think it's so important, but the little girl grew up and remembers what happened. Let me see here. I'm sorry. I'm looking for... No. Sorry, I'm looking. Thought I had Jules pulled up here. Hold on. Maybe I didn't. Boy, I'm just not with it today. 1 second. I thought I had everything ready to go. Forgive me. I raced here and... Let me get it here. There we go. 3 days ago. Let me make sure, because there's one that was 1 day ago too. That's the one I want. There we go. Okay. Sorry, friends. Why am I not seeing it when I'm pulling it up? It's weird. There we go. Okay. Full credit. Can we drop the link to Canine Captain Jules, please? Her channel. Thank you, mods. You're amazing. This is full credit to Canine Captain Jules, who is in the house with us.
A video featuring my canine Gator, where he located a lithium-ion battery that came from a Ring stick-up camera. The reason for this demo being because in regards to the case of missing 16-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who went missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee, the night of February 25th, was reported missing February the 26th by his mother, Katie Proudfoot. There was a landfill search conducted following Kentucky State Police filing a search warrant. Kentucky State Police do have 5 electronic search dogs. Now, I know a lot of people automatically assume when it comes to landfill searches that they are looking for a deceased individual. However, given the excavator and amount of equipment that was used, I believe that they were looking for something else, in my personal opinion. This ties into my phone call with Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather, where he mentions something about a doorbell being there and then not being there. And then also I had some questions about the security systems that were going on, because he mentioned they were upgrading their security system.
I mean, that PI, Heather, okay, showed up to my house when we weren't home.
What?
And walks on the property. There's 4 signs all around my property. No trespassing. The one in the front yard does state no trespassing. Violators will be prosecuted.
Right.
She decides to get out of her car. She has an encounter with 3 of my neighbors. Walks around my entire house taking pictures and a video.
Oh, what?
Oh, yeah.
No. What the?
Oh, yeah. And then she was, well, I wasn't on your property. Well, hold on. She turns up a day or 2 later to my house. walks up to the front porch, doesn't ring the doorbell. If she did, no, well, it never rang because we didn't have one. So.
Right. So some of you asked, can a canine find a Ring doorbell camera if it's been discovered?
First of all, I didn't mean to interrupt Jules there. I want to address that. He says, didn't even come up and ring the doorbell. Well, if she did, we wouldn't have heard it because we don't have one. Another catch, in my opinion. Strange. Why wouldn't they have a doorbell? Let's hear that again.
Some of you asked, can a...
She did. Walks up to the front porch, doesn't ring the doorbell. If she did, no, well, it never rang because we didn't have one.
So they didn't have a doorbell. She didn't even ring the doorbell. Well, if she did, it didn't ring because we don't have one. Doesn't make sense. So I'm writing down right here the doorbell on Jules Canine. Interesting. Thank you, Jules, for sharing that. Let's keep going. That could be another electronic that they were looking for. Look at this. Could a canine detect a smart doorbell if discarded? Great information.
Right. So some of you asked, can a canine find a Ring doorbell camera if it's been discarded, not just a regular stick camera? Well, here's a demo for you. And I put in some nice music for the event. Been reported missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was reported missing the morning of February 26, 2024, and his last known sighting.
Hold on. There was one more that I thought we had here that we were going to watch. There was something else in there. Oh, here we go.
And is diagnosed. It could mean any type of malicious intent or activity, i.e. conclusion that a lot of individuals will jump to. Now, I want to be crystal clear in a couple things. I do not believe that Katie and Chris Proudfoot unalive Sebastian. I've never thought that, and I don't believe that at all. And obviously, I know Seth Rogers had absolutely nothing to do with the son's disappearance because Seth Rogers wasn't even there. Seth Rogers was at work, accounted for, and until I hear otherwise from law enforcement, I'm going to believe that's where he was at. And the same goes for the stepfather, Christopher Sebastian, in the house. The night he went missing. Again, went missing. Those are the facts as we see them. Now, I am not a SAR, search and rescue individual. My certifications come through either agencies that back law enforcement or federal agencies or state agencies, so I cannot speak to SAR. However, it wasn't a SAR organization that got the search warrant for this. It was the Kentucky State Police, actually, and I have the sources for that. One thing that stood out to me in particular was during this landfill search was the use of the excavators and the backhoes and everything. For me personally, if I was looking for a cadaver or I had reasonable suspicion to believe that there was a deceased individual in a landfill, I would not be using this heavy-duty equipment to search for a deceased individual. Landfill searches are very extensive. There's a lot that goes into them. And as the one canine handler did mention on the Nancy Grace podcast, which is no longer posted, he did mention that cadaver canines in particular are going to be hitting on every Band-Aid. They're going to be finding bones out there. So you need to collect everything. Band-Aids, tampons, wraps from wounds. you name it. You want to pull everything that the dogs hit on because you honestly don't know where that's from. It could be considered evidence. It could be from another individual. Landfill searches are very, very, very extensive, which is why a lot of teams use the conveyor belt method when doing searches. But I don't believe that cadaver dogs were the main reason for going to this landfill. I believe it was in regards to something else, i.e. electronics or evidence. Now I'm going to play for you a excerpt from my call with Chris Proudfoot, who is Sebastian's stepfather, and I want you to pay very, very close attention to some of the things that he says here.
I mean, that PI, Heather, okay,
Mm-hmm.
showed up to my house when we weren't home.
What?
And walks on the property. There's 4 signs all around my property.
Mm-hmm.
No trespassing. The one in the front yard does state no trespassing. Violators will be prosecuted.
Right.
She decides to get out of her car.
Oh,
she has
God.
an encounter with 3 of my neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Walks around my entire house taking pictures and a video.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
No. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. And then she was, well, I wasn't on your property. Well, hold on. She shows up a day or two later to my house. Walks up to the front porch. Doesn't ring the doorbell. If she did, no, well, it never rang because we didn't have one. So,
Right.
but my wife's boss and another coworker in the house, and we are upgrading our security system.
Yeah.
But she said,
Now, I have heard so much back and forth, just speculation on whether or not cameras did exist inside the house between, I believe there was an interview with Nina where she said that she said to Chris, you have cameras in your house. I've also heard somewhere that Chris had cameras, was watching what Sebastian would sneak and eat in the middle of the night. I don't know if these are even true, either one of these claims. However, I just thought that statement was weird when he kind of laughed and backtracked with the doorbell statement. I just thought it was odd. And then the upgrade in the security system. So these are 3 scenarios that could come from the term upgrading the security system. Again, these are all speculation in my opinion. I'm not saying these are 100% accurate and true, but these are just some ideas to put forth in your head, which leads to my theory about the landfill search.
And I'm in full agreement with Jules that the word upgrade means improving what you already have, adding to what you already have, making what you already have better, not beginning to establish a system, not putting in a system. Upgrading is you have something you are adding to. And CP says right there that they are upgrading.
So I know there was speculation about the quote-unquote 2 different landfills that were searched, so this could be where the confusion stems from, because it looks like the trash was taken to a transfer station, which is, I'm assuming, an entirely separate landfill area, and then taken to there it was dumped. Now here I have highlighted the organizations that were there for the landfill search, and here they do mention canines. Now, me as a nationally certified canine handler, I'm going to admit I initially thought, hey, perhaps cadaver canines only were utilized for this. However, after looking into the Kentucky State Police, I discovered they have a whole another different type of canine there also, and that is the electronic device canines. And I'm going to show you a picture of a couple of them here. Kentucky State Police does have 5 of these as of when this article was published. They may have some new additions now, but I just find that interesting. And again, all in my opinion, everything that's been weird with this whole thing with the security system and the lights and whatnot, and my conversation with him, it just, some things for food for thought, some things to think about. Now, we do know that a search warrant was obtained based off of what we've been told by the Kentucky State Police spokesperson. I found this interesting. In order for an electronic search canine to be deployed, as we call them in the canine world, you have to have a search warrant to deploy an electronic search canine. So I just thought that was kind of interesting that this was the department. Yes, it was in Kentucky, but I mean, another federalization could have gotten, a federal organization could have gotten that warrant. I just found it interesting that the Kentucky State Police got it. And they just happen to have 5 electronic search canines. I don't know, I found that really interesting. And for those of you who don't know, it was an electronic search canine who took down the infamous Jared from Subway. So, yeah. Mr. 5 foot long, taken down by a canine. That's why canines lead the way. Now I'm going to say this. So the Global Protection Canine Agency does train their electronic canines to search for lithium batteries. And want to take a guess on what kind of batteries that Ring cameras use? Lithium-ion batteries. So as you can see here, this is just, you can go to the Ring website and look up the components for each of the cameras and their doorbells and whatnot. And then also I found this interesting here. Lithium-ion batteries are supposed to be disposed of in a completely separate location, not with regular trash. So to me, I don't know. It just seems more plausible for an electronic service canine to go looking for a landfill for something that's not supposed to be there. I mean, you're not supposed to throw away your lithium batteries with regular trash. Again, I mentioned earlier the kind of struggles with cadaver canines, hitting on band-aids and bandages and pads and tampons and whatever have you with bodily fluids on them. That's going to be a lot. Electronic service detection canines, that's pretty... Not many people are throwing away their lithium-ion batteries to landfill. At least I certainly hope not. Oh, and just for purposes of showing this is actually accurate, so here is our Ring stick-up camera, which is lithium-ion battery, and I'm going to put it out here for canine Gator to find. As you can tell, I walked out the back door, threw it in the grass, covered it up. It sat there for about 20 to 30 minutes, and then I took canine Gator out the front door and walked around the side. And before anyone says, oh, he just walked right over to it, no, watch as he works. He's actually using his nose, he's sniffing on the ground, and then he takes me right over to it. I intentionally stayed back from him on a long line, and after he went over to the area, I kept walking forward as if to say, okay, buddy, let's keep going. But nope, he sniffed, he turned, he looked right at me, walked over, and that's where it was. Again, just...
So could that be what they were searching for at the landfill? We are going to talk about the trash. I want to show you real quick before we move forward with their statements. You had a great question, and I'm going to ask it, Jules. You said, why are there no other suspects like the person who is responsible for essing Sebastian? Sumner County has never come out and given any names of suspects, whether there's anyone in the family, whether there's a stranger, whether there's someone they believe lured him. They have never so much as given a name of any suspect. So I'm sure that they have looked into people that they felt needed to be cleared. I would hope so. And I would hope that would be one individual. That's a great question, Jules. Thank you. Chemistry Queen. I really catch a live, always replay. Much love from Louisiana. Much love back. We're so glad you're here. So glad you're here. Okay, we are going back to the PI interview, but first I want to show, and we're only going to listen to the clip that is about the trash. Remember, now I have a timeline from timelines.com and a couple of other places where Katie had stated Sebastian took the trash out at 8 p.m. Okay, 8 p.m. is what was stated in the timelines. So, but I want to show you this, and then we're going to get to the next thing. But I want you to see the map of how Texas Roadhouse to home before we start. Now, I did put this in around 3:20, which was would be about 5:20, 6:20, 5:20 Tennessee time. Okay. Let me, so at that time, when I put it in earlier in the day, it was about 13 to 15 minutes. Okay. Now it says it's 17 minutes if you go Stafford Court via the Tennessee 258, 18 minutes during this time of 5:30 p.m. dinner time ish if you take New Shackle Island Road, and 21 if you go the Wessington Place and Tennessee 258 New Shackle Island Road. And I think that's important. So let's just say 20 minutes, okay? Even though some say 13 to 15, if it's a different time, let's go with the 20 minutes for the sake of what they're going to share with us. And I will come in and say all our thank yous, working towards our goal. Thank you so much. I see we're getting close. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're already 5 in. So we're a third of the way to listening to Miss Nina. Oh, that story's heartbreaking, isn't it? What she went through, but it really does show capability and conspiracy, in my opinion. Hi, Castle. Let's listen to this. Again, this one's credit to Clutch. And we're just going to listen to one, Clutch Them Pearls, excuse me. We're going to listen to one piece of it regarding the trash, and we're going to tie it into this. Because like I said, my theory was, like when Peter Hyatt said, why does she say he took the trash outside? He went outside because the trash is his chore. Why, paraphrasing, why is she doubling down on that? And I always thought she was trying to prove Sebastian made it home from Texas Roadhouse. But the more I think about it, with the landfill search and behaviors and odd situation with their upgrading of their system, now that we hear, and not having anything the day Sebastian was missing, and she's an installation technician, none of it, it just doesn't jive. It just doesn't jive with me. So we're going to listen to this. We're going to talk about it for a second, but I'm telling you, just listen to the things that are said, because the time frame given, I think the new reason she's saying, keeps saying he took out the trash, is because she was distancing herself from that trash can. That's my opinion. She was distancing herself because there was something in it. That's my opinion. That's why it was so important to keep saying Sebastian took it out. That's his chore. He goes outside and takes it to the end of the driveway. That's my opinion. I used to think it was to say he got home, but I think it was to distance herself from the trash. My theory. Listen up. Now, remember, we'll give her 20 minutes to get home from Texas Roadhouse. So go ahead and we'll listen to this. This is the interview with the Proudfoots and the PIs, where the PI is trying to get a timeline, and they are giving 3-hour timeline for the noise. They heard the noise when they got on, sometime after they got on and before they got off the phone. They were at BJ's sometime before noon. I can tell you on or about. Mom, KP, saying she doesn't remember. Who doesn't remember the specific times your child went missing after you've repeated it 1,000 or more times in 14 months? Well, a person who changes that time repeatedly, in my opinion, doesn't remember it. Let's listen up.
Yeah. So, okay, so you guys got.
Do you see the frustration where we have?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I do. But it's nice to have like a conversation with you instead of having to get everything, everywhere else. Definitely.
And we went home straight from Texas Roadhouse. And we were home for approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out. And he
definitely.
Okay, hold on.
And we went home straight from Texas Roadhouse. And we were home for approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out.
Okay, approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out. So we got home, and 15 minutes.
So they drove home from the Texas Roadhouse, and I'm going to show you the footage of them leaving, and we're going to time that and then add 15 minutes to that. So let's keep going and listen. I'm telling you, there's time, chunks of time missing in this narrative.
He took the trash out. They got home about 7 and went to the bowling alley. Then I thought the niece took the trash out. He's made up. That's why he's doing all the talking. No, it's dark at to someone's house. Okay. Yes, I have that somewhere. She said she got home in a Sebastian.
Approximately.
Um,
And we went home straight from Texas Roadhouse. And we were home for approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out. And he is on video, and the FBI was able to clear it up and confirm that it's him.
Really?
Even though you can tell it's him from a mile away because of how he runs, it's just, you could tell from it.
Really?
it
is, girl mom.
Well, I know you told him to go to bed at about 9, right? And how much? I mean, how much time was between the trash?
Do you see how her voice changed right there? Mm-hmm. Listen to how her voice
He
changed.
runs, it's just, you could tell from his mannerisms. The second you look at it, it's him running, but still.
Okay. So he took the trash about 15 minutes. And that was about what time was that?
Don't know exactly off the top of our head.
Well, I know you told him to go to bed at about 9, right? And how much? I mean, how much time was between the trash and going to bed?
A couple hours.
Something stinks with the trash, my friends. Crime Time Buzz, they had both there that day. So they had cadaver and electronic detection, or are you also referring to scent dogs, Miss Jules? Thank you for all of your information. Okay, so here we go again. That's kind of cool, Raymond. Okay, so leaving Texas Roadhouse. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Might as well watch it because leaving Texas Roadhouse about 6:25 takes 20 minutes to get home. We're being generous. So let's say 6:45. They waited 15 minutes. 7 o'clock, he took out the trash. Well, KP in interviews is said 8 o'clock. So there's an hour there. Also, that makes sense for CP because he says 2 hours between trash and bedtime. Bedtime's at 9, but both can't be correct. It can't be trash at 7, 2 hours later, bedtime at 9, or get home at 6:45, take it out 15 minutes later, that's 7, but it can't be that and 8 o'clock. Do you see my point? And that's why Deception Detective calls this a hoax, in his opinion, because when you have conflicting, changing statements, you have a hoax usually. So let me show you the map again, or the Texas Roadhouse stuff. Hold on one second. We're going to watch them leave. It's all recorded for proof. All there for proof. And go back a little bit. Make sure you're seeing it. And that's the thing that's so interesting. Oh, and I want to share this. My nephew is a canine trainer. He trains them for veterans. Each canine is named after a fallen hero. That's really cool. I want to thank everyone real quick. NJ's, thank you for the gifted membership. If you received it, please thank NJ's. Jules, thank you so much for all of the information you provide. They could have had FBI do the warrant for another state, but they didn't. In the video, I show the specific department needs a warrant to deploy. Yes, and we watched that. Thank you so much for that great video. Please go over and subscribe to Canine Captain Jules, if you would. Thank you so much, Pamela Hale. Again, Raymond, thank you so much. Please thank Raymond for his generosity if you were the recipient. Thank you, Nicey Marie. So appreciate this super sticker. Great question, Jules. They haven't mentioned the word suspect. One thing I did when CP was in that explosion, you know, that one night on One Day on Clue, he said something like, you know, you go after the suspects, fine, but you have to keep trying to go real life and make connections. And I'm paraphrasing, but he referred to them as suspects themselves. I thought that was interesting. Thank you for the 5 Crime Time Buzz memberships, my friend. Saturdays, 1 p.m. Come to our reunions. And if you're the recipient, please thank the generosity of Jules DeCali. Thank you, sweetie. Appreciate you. Chemistry Queen got to make it to a live, so appreciate you. Glad you're not on replay and with us live. Sally's contributing to Sassy, excuse me, is contributing towards our goal. Thank you, my friend. Our goal is we're going to finish, listen to more of Nina's, but begin Nina's daughter grew up and saw that whole family exchange, and she writes a letter to Kathy Bowersox about it. So, Jules to Kelly, do you have the video where we saw someone take the trash out? No, I do not, Jules. I do not. Has that been released out there yet? I do not. So I think we are almost more than halfway. We are halfway there, I believe. I would love it. Have you seen that out there, Jules, or are you asking if it's out there? If it's out there, I'd love to know where you saw it. So thank you so much. Okay, here it is, proof. So when you've got yourself on footage and you have a missing child and your timelines keep changing and you're saying 15 minutes after we get home, you have to remember, we know when you get home if you're saying you went straight home. Straight home means 6:25, at the very most 6:45. We have proof and we're going to watch it real quick. And that's the car you're watching. It's 6:23 and their car is still there. And I really think we need to pull this footage back up and look at a few things you all have been pointing out and noticing too. Yeah, he comes out right before them, doesn't he? Okay, it's 6:25. And remember, she does her little exchange for 6:24, I'm sorry. Let's see how long it is from 6:24 till Sebastian actually gets let into the car. Okay, so it's about actual 20 seconds right there. Lights on. Now I wonder what how she's recording audio in there if it's not a dash cam. Some are saying GoPro. Some think she just turned her phone on. Video. I don't know. And there they go. 6:24 and 50 seconds. So 6:25. You were on the spot, Sassy, the other day. Okay. So we have oops, sorry, I was muted. So they left at 6:25 according to Texas Roadhouse. Okay. And then 6:45 is when they would have gotten home. Now, in the PI interview we just heard, KP said about 15 minutes after they got home, which would have been 7 o'clock, he took out the trash, which would be 2 hours from bedtime. However, in her interviews, she says a couple of times 8 o'clock he took out the trash. I just think even though that changes, I think that stinks. And we need to remember that when it can't remain the same, there's something to be looked at that time frame. So I believe the time frame from getting home from Texas Roadhouse to bedtime is very important. I really do, because we can't get a straight answer on the times. Was it 7 for the trash? Was it 8 for the trash? The video would know, but why don't they? She has had to repeat this narrative of everything she did with her son that last day. She should know every time at the top of her head, unless they keep changing. Then we don't remember. Then we give ballparks. Then we give hour ranges. It makes no sense. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Hi, Smiling Sleuth. I would have to agree with you, in my opinion, Smiling Sleuth. I think it's such a coincidence. Thank you for subscribing to Jules, Ramona. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How long would an electronic search dog be able to detect something buried in the landfill? How long would, you mean how long after hall monitor? How long after? Or how long would it take them to detect something in the landfill? Fed up, Buttercup, you agree? Okay. Trying to catch up a little bit. I'm slower. Yeah, that veterans program is very cool. They named them, what did you say they named them after, Raymond? I thought that was super cool. I wanted to go back to that comment. I don't want to get back there. Oh, hall monitor, there's really no expiration. It's not like a canine tracker or a scent of a person they are trying to follow. It's a source, so it's not moving, just buried. Oh, that's good to know. Crochet works at a landfill. If you ever have any questions. Thank you, Crochet. Good to know that. Have you ever emailed me? Do I have your email, Crochet? Hello, me and you. Thank you, Mama First. 51 teams of ESDs in police departments. That's amazing. Okay, so something's not right when it's between 7 and 8 and it goes back and forth. So that time frame, I believe, in my opinion, something was going on once they got home, in my opinion, because you would remember after saying it the third time that first Sunday, it would be embedded in your head, everything that you went through, everything he went through, and all the timestamps, in my opinion. You would not forget. You wouldn't have any idea. You wouldn't have to ballpark it. You wouldn't be giving hours. It's a game. So there is 30 minutes in the morning from 6 o'clock to 6:33. That is a gap. And it has to do with the trash, in my opinion. It has to do with waiting for the trash to leave the neighborhood, the truck. I also believe that hour where we can't get an answer about when he took out the trash and when the 2 hours, how long between trash and bedtime and all of that. How long's your phone call? Oh, your phone call was from 9 to 12. Sure. When was the noise? Oh, sometime after we got on the phone call and before we got off. That kind of vagueness is unbelievable. And that's why I think that timeline from 6 to 6:30 circles around the trash leaving the neighborhood. I think that the trash being taken out is a big issue because things were put in there. I don't know if they were put in before. I don't know if they were put in after, but I believe she's distancing herself from taking the trash out by letting everyone know Sebastian took out that trash. That was part of the importance of it, in my opinion. So now we have a gap from 7 to 8. That's odd. She's saying 8's the trash taken out. He's saying, and then she says 15 minutes after they got home. Well, neither of those jive. He's saying 2 hours from trash to bedtime. That actually jives, but he wasn't home. So I think something to do with the trash. And I want to hear you to listen to something CP says after I show you something. And before I do, I have some more thank yous to give. Thank you so much, Whispering Winds, Donna, in my opinion, for your sweet super sticker. I love your haircut, by the way. Again, thank you, Raymond, growing the family. Raymond, also, if you got 5 from Raymond earlier, if anyone was the recipient, or from Jules earlier, if anyone was the recipient. Another one from Raymond, if anyone was the recipient. Thank you so much, my friends. And NJs, we are growing our reunion time. Thank you so much for growing our reunion time. We have a great time. We're going to have an extra one this week because we have a lot to talk about. Oh, my goodness, Jen. Love. That is beyond generous, my sweet friend. Thank you so much. You are all so sweet, so kind. Hold on 1 second. You all are so kind. Thank you so much. I want you to hear, Jade looks like, oh, Jade, thank you, Raymond. Looks like CB in the car next to KP at Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion. Okay, let me go back. Oh, in the car next to him, I see someone in there too. I do. And we need to go. I want to really go through the Texas Roadhouse stuff with you, but we'll look at that real quick before I play for you CP's idea of when the trash comes in his neighborhood. It's shocking. It's really hard to see if you're not on your big screen TV. But there's someone in this vehicle, and to me it looks like a male with a goatee, dark hair. It's so hard to see if you're not on that big screen because it cuts it off up here. Right there. You know what I'm going to do, Raymond? I'm going to go through on my big TV, and I will take screenshots where it doesn't cut it off of what looks like that image in that vehicle. Because I think we need to look at some of that Texas Roadhouse. Some of you have spotted some things, as have I, and I think we should talk about it. Okay. I want to show you the trash company when they travel. I would love to see the video. Seth says it's very dark. KP says they have cleaned it up to where you can see. She said you could already, you can see his mannerisms and his running anyway, but they cleaned it up clear as day that you can tell it's Sebastian. Hold on, I'm looking for the... Okay. So this is credit to True Crime with Eve because she put this together. And I'm just going to use it for 1 second. Residential trash collection update for City of Hendersonville. I want you to see this. Hours of operation. Collection of residential refuse shall not start before 6 a.m. or continue after 8 p.m. Let's see that again. Collection of residential refuse shall not start before 6 a.m. Okay? shall not start before 6 a.m. So now listen to this guy. And again, I'm telling you, it is something with the trash. There's something with the trash. Because you don't lie where there's nothing to hide.
A few months back, Steve.
This is credit to Matt Thibodeau of TikTok. Matt Thibodeau of TikTok gets credit for this.
Fisher, the Proudfoot's old PI, stated that he knows that the lights video is not a trash truck. He stated that he believes the lights video is someone, a neighbor, taking out their trash and bringing it down to the curb. This is the audio of Steve Fisher saying that.
We believe, can't say for certain, we believe that's much more likely. That's probably what that light is. But right. I definitely do not, I know that that's not, they'll never convince me that was a trash truck for sure.
So if that's the case, why did Chris Proudfoot just a few days ago, while he was live on this YT panel, say that that was 100% a trash truck? Listen.
So, I mean, it's common to see them out that early.
Okay. So this is 100% garbage, nothing else at all.
A trash truck. Listen.
So, I mean, it's common to see them out that early.
This is from this month, my friends. This month he's saying this, that it's common to see them out there at 3 a.m. Let's listen one more time.
Okay. So this is 100%.
Was 100% a trash truck. Listen.
So, I mean, it's common to see them out that early.
Okay. So this is 100% garbage, nothing else at all.
What, that's a garbage truck?
Yes, yes.
It is absolutely a garbage truck.
Okay.
And another misstatement from Babyfoot. They do not travel that early into the neighborhoods, as we just saw. They did do 6 a.m., but they did move it into where they go a little bit earlier because of the school bus. So we saw that they entered around 5:15 in the morning. So that is not, they do not, he says he's used to them coming around that early at 3 a.m. Inaccurate statement. We make inaccurate statements when we're hiding something. I'm telling you, there's something about that trash pickup. There's something, they're trying, obviously he wants everyone to think, including law enforcement, that that is trash trucks. They're duping him and he's swallowing it, I guess. And in my opinion, but there is something about that trash. It doesn't, we have a 30-minute window in the morning of time. What was happening during that time from 6 to 6:33, other than waiting for the trash truck to leave the neighborhood, in my opinion. And after Texas Roadhouse, we have an 8 p.m. of taking out the trash. We have 15 minutes after he got home from Texas Roadhouse, which would have been about 6:45, taking it out at 7. And then we have 2 hours between bedtime and truck left. Those are the time frames they give. He also says, I can't tell you off the top of my head when he took out the trash. Well, he shouldn't be telling us anything except hearsay from KP. But no straight answer. I can't tell you off the top of my head. About 15 minutes after we got home, then it said 8 o'clock. And then I can't tell you off the top of my head, but about 2 hours from trash to bedtime. See how the timeline cannot be established intentionally, in my opinion. What do you all think? Let me come on over here and see what you're all saying. Sonny is not here anymore. Yes. I don't think they'd tell us if they found anything either. Yes, please remember to use, in my opinion. Hi, Panda Bear's mom. Glad you're in the bushes. You may ask questions now. I'm going to take questions right now, my friend. Sorry that took me so long. I'm going through right now to take your questions. The doorbell ring that was discarded was probably because someone got mad and trashed it. Could be. Hallmon at Canine, can I ask another question? Absolutely. Ask away. I'm going to stop for questions before we continue on. Jen. That's okay. You get your rest, my friend. Yes, I'm going through the chat right now, getting questions. Oh, Nicey Marie, I appreciate you so much just being here, everyone. Give that a thumbs up if you would. Janet, we're so glad you're here. All I need, Jesus, we are so glad you are here. Lady Rosa says it does not make sense as garbage men said their garbage was pretty heavy, so makes you think something was hid by something searching landfill like cameras, in my opinion. And dogs, and I believe in my unprofessional opinion, unverified, that there was a hit at the landfill. And that's why they stopped, because they found something, as we were reported, that was taken back. Yes, thank you, Jules. I played one and then the other. Thank you so much. Yes, please go over and sub to Canine Captain Jules. Wealth of information. I remember who bragged that their doorbell couldn't be rung because they didn't have one. Yes, which is another interesting thing. Talking about the PI coming on the property, walking around, taking videos and camera. She comes up and she rings the doorbell. Well, she didn't, because we wouldn't have heard it because we don't have one. Or she didn't even ring the doorbell. She didn't ring the doorbell, but we don't have one, so we wouldn't have heard it. Makes no sense. So in my opinion, I believe a doorbell was one thing they were looking for. Okay? That's weird. I also think they were looking for security cameras. I also think they may have been looking for possible Apple Watch, SIM cards, and anything else that may have been thrown away. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. So can ESD dogs detect both smart doorbells and any other kind of electronics, or is it just doorbells? They can. Here, let me go to, I have an article on that. I can answer that for you. Let me go back. This is interesting. Okay. So I have an article about electronic dogs that I'll share with you. It's a Kentucky one again. Bowling Green. Police dogs are known for their abilities to sniff out drugs, explosives, and even missing persons. Wait, is this Canine Cam? Oh, yes. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Oh, I was going to sneeze. Sorry. Oh, I am. Excuse me. Excuse me. Based in Graves County, Canine Cam, an English Labrador Retriever, excuse me today, is specially trained to detect hidden electronic devices used by online predators, playing a vital role in safeguarding children from digital threats, one sniff at a time. It really helps because it gets us to think out of the box in a lot of ways. Now, let's see how he does that. Cam is trained to alert when he detects triphenylphosphine oxide, a chemical compound often used in electronics. So it's the compound in electronics that they're trained to detect. That's such a great question. Thank you for asking it. It's the chemical compound in the electronics that they're trained to detect, not the specific electronic itself. TPPO is commonly found in certain electronic components and serves as a stabilizer, preventing overheating and degradation of materials. With his nose to the ground, Cam is instructed to seek. When he's found a device, he motions with his nose towards it, sits down, hoping for a bite to eat. Now, this is interesting. Cam's not a probable cause canine, so he only responds when police obtain a search warrant or get consent to search. He is one of 5 canines in Kentucky specialized trained for electronic crime work. So Cam could have been one that may have been out there. He he does do when there is a search warrant. They bring him out for search warrants. That's really interesting. So it is the triphenylphosphine oxide, which is the chemical compound that that CAM alerts to. Super interesting. Great questions. And there was the doorbell gone. Right. And don't forget, then he says they're upgrading their system. Upgrading. For those who said they didn't have a system, they're upgrading their system, adding to, improving, making it better. Maybe because we threw it all away. I don't know. So he found a lift, and Canine Gator we watched Canine find a lithium battery. Yes, Robin, that's why we're going through this stuff. We have to go through it and put it together, because when you see an interview where he says, yes, I'm used to hearing the trash come out at that early. And then we put it together with what the trash company says. Then we saw what time it was in front of their home. I believe it was 5:22 a.m. Now we hear him complaining because someone didn't ring the doorbell. Oh yeah, well she wouldn't have anyway. We wouldn't have heard it because we don't have one. No security cameras. They're upgrading. So when you put it all together in one video, I think it's important. And that's why we're doing it. Just like yesterday, we put together everything he's been saying and doing in spite of wanting custody, and how it shows the opposite of someone who would be acting accordingly to wanting custody. So the stakes must be pretty high in wanting to deflect, impede, and obstruct, in my opinion, higher than the desire for the custody, in my opinion. Right? So really interesting. Were they electronic dogs that hit? Was it a cadaver dog that hit? Did it hit indeed? Did some dog hit indeed? They found something. So I believe that it's not a far stretch to say the dog hit. Right? Okay. 1 second. I have something I want to share with you. I want to go through your questions before I move on, because then I forget. Yeah, house like that, no doorbell. You're right, Lady Roses. Who doesn't? Okay. Everyone here in this chat, who does not have a doorbell? Okay, here's what we'll do. In the chat, if you have a doorbell, doesn't have to be a ring. If you have a doorbell that you would hear someone ring, please put a 1. If you have a home without a doorbell, put a 2. I'm a 1. Hi, Sorta Morta. Hello, everyone. Hi, Roxy R. Oh, I can put the link. It's easy. That is the easiest way to join right there, my friend. I just put it up. If you just put that link in, that'll take you right to the membership. Yes, I hope this ends soon. We need to bring Sebastian home. Seth looked heartbreaking in the America's Most Wanted interview. See, and that's a good question. Does anyone think Sebastian didn't make it home? And I'm going to ask that question. Canine Charlene wants to know if a cat can be trained to do anything like that. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me keep going. This is a good one too. Does anyone think he made it home from the... Let me answer that with how I feel. I've always thought he made it home. The 3 a.m. car then cinched that for me. The flashlights in the backyard cinched it for me. And I think that the whole trash chore is her way of separating herself from the trash. I just do, in my opinion. But I know many people think he made it home and that the 3 a.m. car was for cleanup, in my opinion, or something. So I'm going to come down and look at the ones in a second just to see. So Sebastian changed his clothes before taking out the trash. He had short sleeves and blue jeans on, not all dark clothing like who took out the trash. Wild Child for Life. Have you seen the video of the trash coming out? I'm only asking because in the video, are they saying he was in the black sweatshirt and the black pants? Oh, let's hit that like button, please. Katie took out the trash, in my opinion. Katie says the FBI cleaned it up and could see clearly it was Sebastian. Interesting. You know, all of that is recorded. So they left Texas Roadhouse. This is a great question, Nicey Marie. They left Texas Roadhouse at 6:25. To be generous, depending on route and time, we gave them the busy time, dinner time, 20 minutes to get home. That would put him home at 6:45 p.m. She says 15 minutes later, he took out the trash, but she also says at 8 p.m. So 15 minutes would make it 7. But then her interviews, she says 8. Now, did he change his clothes? Is that what he was doing in that 15 minutes? I thought we had heard as soon as they got home, they pulled up and he took out the trash. I'm going to have to go back to interviews on that one. Yes, that's Heather typing on the PI interview, the typing you hear. Hi, Cinderella. I'm just checking for questions before we move on. I know. He thinks the fact that he said in April of this month that he's familiar with the trucks coming that early. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Napoleon syndrome. Why do they act so defensive and vague? Good question when a child's life. Why are you defending the timeline like a bulldog when it has allegedly nothing to do with you because you weren't even home or in town and hadn't seen him in weeks, allegedly, which we know he was at the school meeting, allegedly. It just makes no sense. Okay, let's see. A couple more questions and we're going to move on. I didn't realize, well, Noro V, I didn't either, but let's remember the source. Okay, KP said that, and I hate to say it that way, but she said a lot of things. Roxy R, did you get the iPhone membership link? I put it in there. She said a lot of things, so I'm sure that if that is not true, she's put her foot in her mouth. Or if it is true, they did, they hadn't shared it because they didn't, want to share that. Roxy, you did get it. Welcome to our membership reunion. Saturday was 1 p.m. and we're going to have another Eastern time, and we're going to have another one tomorrow or Friday. Welcome in. Thank you so much for your support. Jules says on Nancy Grace, they said the cameras weren't working that night. It was KP who said it. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, hold on one second. Let me check on our goal. I'll check on our goal in just a second. I want to get us lined up for the next thing real quick. And it's funny you'd mention it because Oh, sorry, I'm setting something up for us. There we go. Sorry. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. I had the wrong one. My bad. There we go. Okay, we are going to watch. Oh, what's the iPhone link? Sorry, I had it written down. Hold on one second. We are going to watch Nancy Grace a little bit. And I would like, yes, thank you for growing the Crime Time Buzz family, Raymond, Jules, NJ's, everyone who donated memberships today. That's so sweet of you. Jules DeCali, MJ's, NJ's, Raymond, thank you so very much. Roxy, welcome in. And I'm going to say my thank yous in a second. The reason I want to watch Nancy Grace again, and I know we've watched it before, and there's a reason, is because Nancy asks very pointed questions, and they're important. But each time I've gone back and watched it, I've learned something new that made sense as to why she asked it. Hold on one second. Let me get this out here. The link. Okay, here's the link to join. It's right there, my friends. Thank you so much for your support. I listen to those hate channels to catch stuff. Guess that's how I became a mod on Lady Freedoms. Oh my. Okay. You use an old cell phone for a dash cam. Sorta morta. Great. See, there's something. It wasn't a dash cam. Her 2017 Infinity does not have a built-in dash cam. I already asked or Googled that. So it could be a phone. Yes. It could be that she was recording video from her phone and audio. It could be a lot of different things, but I don't know what else it could be. Actually, I shouldn't say. Someone said a GoPro, right? Someone said it could be a GoPro. So I just find that really odd. I find it really odd that he says, well, it wasn't a dash. She says, I caught it on, they got the audio and video on my recording in my car. At one point she says a dash cam. He says, no, it wasn't a dash cam, but we're not going to tell you what it is. Why is everything a secret? Hi, YouTuber. Hello, everyone coming in. We are revisiting Nancy Grace because each time that we do, we pick up something that makes sense as to why she asked it, as we've heard more going along, right? So we appreciate you all being here. We are working towards bonus time tonight of listening to Nina's daughter, grown up now, and had written a message to Kathy Bowersox. Boom. About everything she remembered. And we're going to finish Nina's story. We started it yesterday, and we're going to finish, or we're going to listen to more of that as well. So that's what we're working on after this. But I want to listen to Nancy Grace if you are with me on that, so we can go back and say, because the one time, yes, it is crimetimebuzz@gmail.com. One time she asked about the bathroom being searched, and I thought that was an odd question. I didn't understand it. But in the Dateline interview, KP adds she searched the bathroom. She checked the bathroom. That had never been said before that I had heard. Jules, thank you so much for the 5 memberships. Thank Jules if you're the recipient. Let's see, where was I? Sorry. yes, we're going to go to Nancy Grace because there's a lot that was said on there. She asks him about the motion lights. Do you have motion lights? Yes, ma'am, we do. Did they go off? They're not motion lights, ma'am. Never a straight answer. And by the way, they are motion lights. And I do have some pictures of that from locals who took it for me, the lights going off. So I will share those. So let's go ahead. Without further ado, Nancy Grace, pay attention to the questions she asks. Oh, and also if you have earbuds, put them in because you'll hear someone coughing in the background who is not on camera. I believe one of the step socks were in there with them. It is rumored that, you know how he says undisclosed location. It is rumored that this may have been taken in Oregon. Rumored. Let me get my banner out for Nancy Grace. Full credit to Nancy. But pay attention to the questions and see if any of them make sense to you now that didn't before, because every time I listen to it, it does. Something new jumps out at me. And she knows how to ask questions. She's a former prosecutor.
To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before?
Yet on Dateline, she says 11 p.m.
Before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing. So I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side and the other two bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a third bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is
So
in the
it's-
front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story. So everything's flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
This is how I would have expected him to present himself for the last 14 months, knowing he had a custody case. Yes, Castle says, Jay, we have tried creating timelines, and because the Proudfoots keep telling different stories, there's no correct timelines at all. Amen. I hear you. I hear you. And that's one of the first things you do is get a timeline put together. So very interesting. But if he had behaved like this for 14 months, he may not have been exploding all over and affecting other things that were important to him, perhaps, in my opinion.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
Did you hear her silence after when she was asked if she has a burglar alarm? That pause was very loud, in my opinion. What do you all think? That pause. Hi, Jenny Machete. Hi, Elva Barnjan. Hi, Sorta Queen, Sorta Morta, and Kylie's Nail Candy. Good to see you. That pause when she was asked, do you have a burglar alarm? Spoke volumes. Do you have a Ring camera? A little bit of a pause, not as much. No, ma'am. Here we go with the Polys.
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
Not true. Seth said that the TBI said the same thing to him. Just, you're welcome. You can do whatever you want. Just make sure, you know, it's someone who's reputable. And Nancy had one of the most reputable people in the country. Seth took it. Babyfoot did not. And he was not told he shouldn't do so, according to Seth. And also, Brandon Carter, an email was shared from another content creator that Brandon said they cannot tell people to not say something or do something. Not true, in my opinion.
I understand. Miss Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
Before we get to the awkward description as to where the pin is in the house and the dog pen, and Nancy already knows because she's seen the layout of the home, and she reveals that here in a little bit. She was reading a chapter, which we don't hear anymore, on the phone with her husband, falling asleep. One thing I've noticed has left the narrative is about, I was falling asleep on the couch. We were talking on the phone. About midnight, he said, get up, go to bed, put the dogs up and go to bed. That's kind of left the narrative. I wonder if it's because there's another location where they're talking about the dogs are only pinned when Chris is home. They sleep with KP when she's home alone. I thought she was home alone. Why the change in normal behavior? So I believe that's why that left the narrative. Here we go.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they on that night?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's two lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage. It's on at all times?
There's two. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I recall Seth saying that the video of the trash was so dark, right? If those lights were on above the garage, it would not be that dark. They were not on at that time, in my opinion. And I think I recall Seth mentioning they weren't on, but I don't hold me to that. I don't know what interview it was or not. Do you have lights out there? Motion lights? Yes, ma'am. We have lights. Did they turn on? They're not motion. Well, I beg to differ, and I'm making a note of that so I can share that with you, the pictures. KP says, we do not typically turn on our floodlights. There were no other lights. CP, who wasn't home, says there were two side lights on above the garage that are on at all times. And then KP says, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, we are a month in when this airs, okay? A month down the road of discussing what happened to your child that night. Every detail, every timestamp should be memorized. And you certainly should be aware what lights were on in the exterior of your home if you believe your child ran away or was taken. You would know that. We wouldn't a month later be going, oh, yeah. Not in my opinion. This is all evidence, in my opinion. Please hit that like button. Thank you, Chemistry Queen. Hit the like button, please.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the 2 flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that 2 flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're very correct.
Okay. Question.
So here we are again, very correct. So not flashlights, very correct. And remember, this month in a TikTok, we just listened to it where he's saying he's familiar with the trucks being there that early, 3 a.m. Not true. We looked at the trash company. They come 6 a.m. Now, the neighbor one of my sources told me that they do come a little earlier than that now because there was a little, with the bus and the trash truck in the neighborhood at the same time, the school bus got a little much, but not 3 a.m. They were out of that neighborhood before Sebastian was reported missing at 6:33 a.m. And here they are again talking about trash trucks, because I'm sure, in my opinion, whoever was withholding that flashlight or in that backyard was just thrilled when law enforcement said it was a trash truck. So they want to push that narrative, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you think?
Question regarding your vehicles. Ms. Proudfoot, what make and model do you drive?
I drive a Infinity SUV.
Year?
2017.
And that year does not have built-in dash cams. I looked that up.
And sir, what do you drive?
I drive a diesel truck, Chevrolet.
Year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2021, I think.
So your Infinity SUV was parked in the garage or outside the garage that night, Ms. Proudfoot?
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Look at the look she's giving him right now when she says that. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle is on location in Memphis, correct? Well, my friends, remember the explosion about the truck. Don't talk about my truck. Don't look at my truck. Don't speak about my truck. And by the way, he says till 1 p.m. Now, it wasn't even 1:30 at that point. 1 p.m. on the 26th. Look at the look she's giving him. Do you think perhaps Nancy Grace is aware of the 2 pings, cell phone pings, internet pings that came in and out of the neighborhood that night? And CP told Elevated Truth, those idiots don't even know one of them was mine. It's a game to him. If you didn't have anything to hide, why not say, yes, I snuck home to see my wife after Sebastian was asleep? Those idiots don't even know one of them's mine. The police searching for his stepson, he didn't use the word idiot, he used a-hole. That's how he talks about the police, who he's supposed to have a relationship with, who are searching for his son. Those a-holes don't even know one of those were mine. Now, why wouldn't you tell law enforcement one of them's yours? Because you have to hide, in my opinion. You weren't there. And look at her face when she asks if his truck was on location in Memphis.
Okay. So there's only one car at the home. Is that right?
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that? If it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody's asked us that.
So that
question,
was
to be honest with you.
okay. So you have a work van. Question to you, Miss Proudfoot, what do you do for a living?
I am an installation technician.
That night, was the work van blocking your driveway? Could someone go in and out of your driveway?
The van is parked at the back of my driveway, so someone can pull in, yes.
Got it. Do you park your Infinity SUV in the garage or outside the garage?
In the garage.
In the garage. Do you have an automatic garage door?
With the clicker.
Right. Do you leave that up or down at night?
Down.
Could anybody lift it up? Like, is there an on and off button outside, or do you have to know a code or have the clicker to open it?
You'd have to know the code or have the clicker.
Does Sebastian know the code?
Not to the garage door, but to the man doors.
Not to the garage door, but to the house doors?
The regular door, yes.
So is there a code to get in your home, or do you use a regular key?
There's a code.
And he knows that code?
Yes, ma'am.
Question. I'm just trying to figure out how he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home. Could they have gotten through the garage door? No, unless they know the code or had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could, yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a, quote, wanderer. He didn't wander around. He had never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
So she circles back to the home surveillance. Circles back to the home surveillance. She's trying to trip him up. Not exactly from our house. Now, if you recall, originally, CP had said very adamantly, let's make this crystal clear. He walked out that front door, stood on my front porch. Okay. And then he said, and later on, he said, well, and if he had used the code to lock the door, we found out it would have illuminated, it would have been caught on camera because the neighbor's Ring camera. He said it was such distaste, in my opinion, would have picked it up. I don't think they thought of that. Just like the shoes. I think the shoes was a mistake. I think going out the front door was a mistake because of the darkness. They didn't think of the illumination if he relocked it with the code because the door was locked in the morning. Two mistakes, in my opinion. The door lock and the shoes. Okay. Wondered if they were looking for the rug or something. Okay. Yes, yes. Erase the memory cards. Yes, I do. Clean the flashlight, erase the memory cards, go back to the house. Yes. Memory cards. Could that have been thrown away too? I want to know if they have footage of another figure going to the trash can later in the evening. or if everything was already in the trash, or in the middle of the night, someone going to the trash. That's what I'd like to know. She did have a hoodie on at the Texas Roadhouse, yes, and they were wearing similar shoes, shoe color, yes. Now remember, people said clothing was found in a dumpster allegedly behind Texas Roadhouse, but we've never heard verification of anything like that. Yep, Nina said, Chris, you had a security system. Yes, and we're going to be finishing listening to that. I think that's in the beginning. I'll play that for you before we pick up where we left off. Oh, yes. Mods, can you do me a favor and put the link up to join with an iPhone, please? Okay, I'm going to, we got ones. Okay, one. What were the ones and twos for again? I forget now. Ones and twos, ones and twos. What were the ones and twos for? Oh, are having a house. So there's a couple of you who don't have a doorbell. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't think of that. Look at that. There's quite a few of you who do not. And I don't mean a Ring doorbell. I mean any doorbell. That's interesting that some of you don't have a doorbell. I never thought of that. Thank you, Whispering Winds, for putting that up, the membership. Gina Marie says, my doorbell doesn't work. I have cameras everywhere, though, like an obnoxious amount. Most of us have cameras nowadays. I didn't have one before we installed one a couple years ago. Interesting. I didn't realize many didn't have doorbells. But Bridget says, if I didn't have a doorbell, I wouldn't begin to say someone didn't ring it. Exactly, because you wouldn't be used to talking about a doorbell. Bingo. Good point.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping, that neighborhood Ring cameras, and may have picked something up.
Gotcha. I want to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night, because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
"10 p.m.'s the noise, according to KP. Now, according to CP, the noise is, they heard it because he was on the phone, so he should have heard it probably from sometime after they got on the phone and sometime before they got off. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice timeline? That in itself should send sirens to Sumner County. This kind of behavior, when you know a child's life is at stake for you being specific, precise, and perfect about times. Oh, I don't know. And when they say it with an attitude like that, with such dismissiveness, it shows how little your urgency is, in my opinion. So she says 10 p.m.'s the thud. That's the first time she said the thud is here on this show. And he had told us that it's sometime from when they got on the phone to off that they heard the noise. Unbelievable. if you've got your earbuds in, be listening because there is in the background a couple of times.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea?
This is also the first interview that KP mentions hearing his voice at 10 p.m.
What the sound actually was?
I do not know.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Mulch.
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay. Got it. Has he ever gone out the window before?
No, ma'am.
Is his room on the front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see it after it gets so dark at night. They can only see certain things where there's light.
Especially when you stage Operation Blackout at your home and you have not a single light on. And that is not normal because I have had people drive by in the last year when they've been home and there have been porch lights on, etc. Not normal behavior to have Operation Blackout. That Operation Blackout was meant so images would not be picked up on footage, in my opinion. Look at Nancy's face on this one. Is she buying the story?
I thought there were the two lights on.
On the opposite side of the house.
Okay. Can we talk about Sebastian's shoes? Why are you convinced Sebastian left without shoes on? Or are you?
Well, the reason that came about is because all of his shoes are accounted for inside the house still.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
But you heard nothing.
I did not know.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
And could I confirm, where was his bio dad at the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
Had there been any family argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Proudfoot, when did you leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates, but I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th, the morning he was missing.
So you were not home from the time you left early February till Feb 26. Is that right?
Correct, man.
Do you all believe that? Jules, when did she say he took a shower? Was that in this interview? Jules DeCali? When did they say he took a shower? So do you believe that? Do you believe that he left early February and came back the morning he was missing, the 26th? Now, the morning. Could have been a slip. Could have been a slip. But he is very adamant he's not allowed to tell dates, and we know that's not true. I heard the person taking out the trash was wearing a black hoodie. Who was wearing a black hoodie at Texas Roadhouse? We know who was. Interesting. I want to see that video. Let me know where you all saw that video, please. And this person said, NG Locke says that wasn't him. You can see a silhouette of a person because they had the lights off so the camera across the street couldn't see. You can tell it was a wider person, possibly Katie or Chris. We don't know. Could have been a switcheroo of cars. I will tell, well, I can't verify it, so I'm not going to say it. But Seth didn't see the cleaned up video. Oh, or he would have verified it with Sebastian. Got it. Yes, I remember she said that she let him stay up a little late that night. I do remember that, Jules DeCali. Yes. Town Chat Cafe, I sent you an email in the subject line. It says 3 a.m. video, so please watch it later. Will do. Will do. I believe it was a black hoodie, and I think they had the hoodie up. I only seen the video one time. Yes, please, Jules. Well, that's okay, Jules. I'll deal with it. Why didn't they allow the luminol to be used in his room to find out what happened and no fingerprints? Was it that they did not allow it or that it was not done? Yeah, where can we all see that video? I agree. Hi, Robin. Link for iPhones. Can someone put it? Well, we got that already. I think I'm behind. Yeah, it's very convenient. A lot of people's cameras didn't work for a few days. Operation Blackout around the P-Foot house. Oh, Charlene has a gate a quarter mile from her house that has a code. Well, that would explain no doorbell. That is your doorbell. Okay, let's keep going. Backyard of their neighbors worked. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. With night vision and audio.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Okay. Following back up on that morning, you search the home, Ms. Proudfoot. Then you get in your vehicle and you start searching. Did Sebastian know how to drive?
No, ma'am.
Was your car in the same location when you woke up that morning as it was the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times. Yes, ma'am.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Okay. Question. Who called 911?
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at a call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about 6:20.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Proud? Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Okay. Question. Who called 911?
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at a call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about 6:20.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Proudfoot at the time you realized Sebastian was gone?
I called him when I realized Sebastian was gone.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We were given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get to this explanation, the scent dogs were in her car. She called after Sebastian was missing. By the time she jumped into her car driving through the neighborhood, she was already on the phone with Chris. That was not made clear in the Dateline interview. Okay. Nancy is asking her about her vehicle being in the same place that morning. I believe there's a reason. Okay. Something about those vehicles. Was it in the same place? Had it moved? She knew Sebastian, being 15, didn't have a driver's license, but so she got around, she got that in there. I wonder why she's asking if KP's car had moved. Right? And then he says, oh, who called 911? I did. He didn't call 911. And they had said, we hear it was a three-way. So let's see if a three-way is brought up here and the call to the sheriff, not 911. Thank you all so much for being here. We're discussing the case of Sebastian Rogers, was reported missing February 26th of 2024, 14 months ago and several days. We need to bring him home. This is an interview with his stepfather and mother.
Why?
I'm going back to work.
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Proudfoot?
And I'm not going back to work. Not yet, at least.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay. When will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot.
one-
To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Just make note that CP did say they left the house because he's going back to work. Make note of that because he says something completely different later on. And she says to her, aren't you concerned? Yes, I am. Absolutely. Then why did you do it? Well, I'm accompanying my husband back to work. Just listen up. It comes later where he's not sure he's going back to work.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes, one swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
That whole conversation right there, excuse my term, pisses me off. He acts like it's an intentional thing that Sebastian has spatial issues. Only the ignorant, in my opinion, would say that. Many children on the autism spectrum do not recognize social cues easily. They do not have a good command of social spacing. It's not that he does it and lies about it. It's that it's not something he has a command of and is aware of. That is common. And we are just hearing ignorance, in my opinion, right now. And shame on you for being a stepfather and not taking a few classes and learning about autism. And shame on mom for not making that happen. And not stepping in right here and saying, well, he can't regulate what other people are thinking, doing, and feeling, especially in social situations. But mom just sits there, in my opinion. Shame on her.
We're lying about doing
Was
work.
that the first time?
And then has to kick it in even harder and saying, or lying about doing homework. Who says that when your child is missing? You defend them. And if you can't defend them when your child is missing, you sure as heck weren't defending them before they went missing, in my opinion. It's disgusting. I think it was her phone too, Ashcash. Some say it could be a GoPro too. Right. Very weird. Very weird. Just like Candace taking that picture of Summer sleeping on milk cartons, her last photo in her outfit that was supposed to be for her first day of kindergarten. Very strange.
Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
What happened?
At the time, my ex-wife had fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We were going through a custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I'd call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Except it could create a motive, in my opinion. Now, he is saying that he tells Nancy one CPS report. It has not belt related. He's not telling the truth here. One New Mexico report relating his daughter, but it has nothing to do with him. It's because he couldn't get a hold of Nina and Faith when they went back to New Mexico, according to him. So he had to make a welfare check. CPS and called CPS, according to law enforcement, and made a welfare check, but nothing about him, and only one, and it's not belt related. I guess he didn't realize all of this would be recorded for evidence, in my opinion. Let me check our goal. I think we're close. Oh my goodness, we are getting close to our time, aren't we? Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I was watching this. I think we're just a couple away, my friends. 1, 2, 3, 4. It says 5. Different than what's here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are only 2 away, my friends. This says differently, but I'm watching it too because it's not keeping track properly. We've got 8 minutes, 2 more to go, and we are going to listen to Nina's little girl tell Kathy Bowersocks off in a message, letter, and then watch the rest of Nina's story because here he is talking about it, right?
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you regarding
Yes,
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident.
Did you hear that? I'm going to go back to it. It was not either of them when he's talking about his custody case. I'm assuming it's CB, Mama Socks. Listen, I'm going to go back a little. Listen to the throat clearing.
But well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you regarding
Yes, ma'am.
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
Hear that?
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only
When he says, no, ma'am, that was dropped within 2 weeks, and he giggles, that person clears their throat. There is someone else in that RV with them. One more time, I want to hear it.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Faith's furniture.
Yes,
a few
ma'am.
days after Sebastian goes missing, did you replace furniture in Faith's room?
No, ma'am, I have not replaced any furniture in my daughter's room.
Is there any new furniture in the home?
Yes, ma'am, there's a bed that was given to me and it's currently in my garage.
Has anything been taken out of the home?
No, ma'am.
I was curious about a statement that Miss Proudfoot made earlier that canine dogs hit on the barn around the home and near a retention pond. Did that happen?
I'm not sure about the barn, but the retention pond, yes.
Because law enforcement says the dogs did not hit. But Miss
There's been
Proudfoot says they did hit around the retention pond.
So there's been a lot of miscommunication in regards to what is and what is not. To help clear that up, law enforcement has actually spoken directly with me, showed me a few things. What I can tell you is from day one, there was 5 dogs that started the scent for the search. And then after that, from the next 8 days out from that, there have been dogs from all over the country that have come in and done searches and had scent hits in various locations. But I would say a certain percentage of them tend to go toward the same spot, which would have been a retention pond.
That is malarkey, in my opinion. 5 dogs, no hits on Sebastian's scent. That's what we know. We know Max jumped in. Max is not a scent dog. Max is a tracker, tracks last disturbances. There is no scent tracked from the home. Jen Coffindaffer was wondering what in the world was all the confusion about the scent dogs, and she tracked it to CP. Her work, her opinion, but I agree. He's the one who called narco driver and gave that whole path of the flashlight path. But dogs did not hit. Okay, so lots of information on here. He has no accountability whatsoever. No, we got 1 minute. 1 minute. We need 2 more in 1 minute if we want to stay on. He has no accountability whatsoever for any of the stuff he's done. Any of it. I mean, it's there. The CPS report has nothing to do with a belt. He hit him on the opposite of his clothing. He hit him on the outside of his clothing. It was just once. It didn't generate a CPS report. Well, then what are the reports for, allegedly, in our opinion? He says that there was no CPS reports in Mexico. He filed one on Nina for a well check, and he and his lawyer are pretty up on that case, so they'd know if he had anything up there. So just silliness, just absolute silliness. So lots of misinformation. I'm telling you, the trash is important, in my opinion. Something's with the trash. They waited for the truck to leave to report him missing, in my opinion. The fact that him taking out that trash being his chore is her distancing herself, in my opinion. I just really, really think so. That's just how do you all feel? Let me go. Who calls their mom ma'am? I know. That's last words to her, apparently. Yes, ma'am. Hi, Outer Banks. Hi, Texas Life, Julie. Small dogs do make great alarm systems. Parents who are very controlling, yes. Yes, it's very sad that he doesn't speak about one of his own. Doesn't even speak about him. If you're a local, remember that, because elections are coming up. You can't speak about a constituent. You shouldn't serve and protect the community, in my opinion. Texas Roadhouse video, she handed something to Green Hoodie. Green Hoodie could have been waiting in the room. Green Hoodie and Sebastian shuffled. She heard thud, then had assistance moving him to the garage. Oh, Green Hoodie waiting in his room. Never thought about that. Interesting theory. So if I had a bunk bed and you heard a noise, would she have checked? I sure would have. What kind of husband wouldn't tell their wife, make sure all the lights are on for security? Yes, red flag, that you would sit there in the dark by yourself without a husband home. Sebastian went to bed at 9, and Chris said it was a couple hours later. Couple hours later. See, I didn't see, I'll have to go look at that footage of her driving around if she was fully dressed. Because she didn't give us those details about the day. I usually wake up, go wake him up. I jump in the shower. I start making lunches. He puts his backpack at the door. We make sure the homework's in it. None of that was included in the night before, the morning of, their routines. We get spaghetti pancakes and the bragging, but that was 24 hours before. I always find it interesting. She starts the narrative 24 hours before he left, right? Very interesting. Let me see here. Well, in my opinion, let me count here because our goal thing is off for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to have to see why it doesn't count them properly. 1, 2. I think we made it. 7, 8. Oh, yeah. 13, 14. We're just too short and we have so many gifted Crime Time Bevs memberships. We did it. I don't know why it doesn't count everything, because when it ends the goal, it ends it short with less than what we actually have. So that's why I watch it too. So between that, we are 2 away, but with so many Crime Time Bevs memberships, we are going to absolutely continue with our extended hour. I want to spend that time with you all, and I so appreciate everything you all do. We are going to continue on. We made it. When we, for some reason, it doesn't tally them all. It said we were short 4, we were short 2, but all those memberships count in my opinion. So we are going to continue on, and thank you so much. Oh, if somebody wants to block something horrible out, they go further back to keep away from it. What a great comment, Michelle. Thank you. Yeah, it's really interesting because she doesn't, like, if think about this, if someone said, well, what happened that day? I woke up, that's where you'd start. Okay, got out of bed, went to wake him up, he wasn't there. Or no details. It wasn't sunlight out, it was dusk, so she would have turned on a light, in my opinion. None of that included. None of the night before, shower, backpack, homework, clothing. Nothing. None of that routine is provided of what they did Sunday night to prepare for school. So was he there to prepare for school? Nothing about preparing whatsoever. Does she make a lunch? Does she give him lunch money? Does she put it in his backpack? Does he pack his cell phone in his backpack, his charger? What? None of that was given, but we were rewound 24 hours before to fund mom, in my opinion, who makes spaghetti pancakes, go to BJ's, go to the Strike and Spare, get favorite snacks at the grocery store, and go to the Texas Roadhouse. But why did we rewind 24 hours to breakfast, to spaghetti pancakes? You know, that's weird. That should have nothing to do, which makes me believe that day is very relevant in his disappearance because she's included it in what led up to his disappearance. She's included it in the important events that led up to the disappearance. I really would have just said, we got home from dinner, and I don't even know if I would have mentioned the trash, but it was very important for her to mention that trash. I mean, she didn't mention herself packing lunches. She didn't mention a backpack being packed. She didn't mention the chore of brushing teeth, of taking shower, of doing any of that, but she mentioned trash, taking out the trash, and that is very important in my opinion. Yes, and the old photos, when she had taken photos that day she had taken photos, why not show the most recent photos? Why in the world would you not wear a shirt with your son's picture in interviews? Great question. Sunday's very important, I think, because she made it important. She made it important by starting there Sunday morning. And now we hear her friend was there Monday morning. She went to Dara's on Sunday, and I have that somewhere. I've got to find that, a message where she stopped with Sebastian. And one says Sebastian, one I was told Sebastian and the niece on Sunday. Why wasn't that included in the narrative? But spaghetti pancakes made it. I would love to know if they checked the camper. I'm worried, just like Grandis is in Summer Wells, that it probably wasn't checked before it left town. Same thing happened in Summer Wells. Grandma took off with her camper, went to Wisconsin or Minnesota, wherever she goes. So we are going to read right now. I'm going to read for you. Thank you. Welcome into bonus hour. We are going to read the letter that Nina's daughter, when she grows up, writes to Kathy Bowersox about the experience. And then we're going to play the rest of Nina so you understand what this little girl's talking about. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Okay. This is full credit to the channel, Hidden in Plain Sight, but first I'm going to read the letter from the little girl who grew up and had something to say to Grandma Bowersox. And if you don't mind for a second, I'm just going to pause and use the restroom 1 second and let my dogs out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hold on 1 second, and I want to read you the letter from the little girl who grew up. Where did I put that? Okay, hold on 1 second. going to send it here so you have the picture of her. Well, no, I'm not going to give you her picture. I don't want to put her picture up. Okay, here's what she says. And part of it's cut off. This was posted. And this is from the daughter who went through the experience of trying to get her little sister Faith back. Hi, Kathy. It's me, the little girl you thought was going to be little forever. Well, now I'm older and I have a voice that needs to be heard, and it will be heard in court one day. You want proof? I am the proof. I've been glancing at a lot of hate comments about my mother. And I don't get involved, but now my voice needs to be heard. My mother is not sitting here playing victim card like you're making it seem, like she is, but she's probably more concerned about Sebastian's disappearance than you are. By the way, about the whole proof thing, the proof you're wanting is right here. I remember everything like it was yesterday. A couple days before I got sick, you came and picked up my little sister too, and she put in quotes, watch her. I remember being sick in the hospital bed, and your daughter was sitting with me while my mom goes and gets clothes because I had to stay in the hospital. You were on the call with your daughter and told me you loved me and hoped that I'd get better, but this whole time you knew what you and your family were plotting. Sorry, I lost my place. On doing, when you and your family were plotting on doing to our family, destroying us, giving us trauma that we have to live with for the rest of our lives. I remember when I got back from the hospital. My mom was making food for me and my brother. Then we had a knock at our door, and it was a lady with paperwork, and all I heard was my mom crying. Remember, the baby stayed with CB. Well, Nina was with this child in the hospital. Okay. And then paperwork was delivered. Once she got home from the hospital, paperwork was delivered to her. Horrible. All I heard was my mom crying. I ran out of the room and she was sitting on the floor crying. Me and my brother were trying to comfort her. Then we got in the car and went to your house. She's talking to CB, Mama Socks. Your husband, TB, cracked open the door and was yelling at my mom. My mom was crying and very frantic because she wanted her daughter back. Then I remember seeing a green and black baseball bat being held up to my mom. Me and my brother were just screaming. This is terrible because we didn't want to see our mom get hurt. For the next couple of days, my mom wasn't herself. She was so depressed. I didn't know what was really going on until I overheard the conversation she was having with my grandparents that were in New Mexico. Then I finally realized I might not ever see my baby sister again. This is heartbreaking. Now, this is, just so you know, this is CP's stepdaughter explaining what her life was like with him in it and the family. I fell behind in school. Hold on, sorry. I lost my place. I fell behind in school because I was so worried. And you and your family had people come talk to me and pull me out of class, interrupting my learning time just so you guys could make it seem like my mother was a bad person. But she's not. You wanted me to lie about my mother. Oh my goodness. So you guys could gain custody of my little sister. Patterns. I hated being called up to the office because I knew what that meant. I would have to spend hours in there talking to these people. And comes the trial, I remember, and it's cut off right there. Hold on one second. I remember, oh, darn it, sorry. I remember being out, I would have to spend hours in there talking to these people. Oh, here we go. Talking to these people, and then comes the trial. I remember being out in the hallways of the courts, waiting to testify. I never got the chance to testify because my mom won the trial. I remember Big D slamming the door open and saying, "She effing won." Big D. And that's probably CB's brother, Danny G's father. Big D slamming the door open and saying she effing won, but she actually wrote that out. I looked at my grandma because my grandma was another witness waiting to testify. I asked her, "Did my mom win?" And she said, "I think so." Then my grandpa and mom came out. My mom is crying with joyful tears. My grandpa's so happy. I remember going back to the apartment complex we lived at, packing all our stuff and getting ready to go to the sheriff's office. It was nighttime when we arrived. I'd seen lots of your family members there. My mom gets out of the truck wanting my sister, and then you guys keep giving her a hard time. So they were exchanging at the police station because she won and they were supposed to turn over the baby at the sheriff's office. And you guys were giving her a hard time. I was scared sitting in the back seat, listening to all of the chaos. Then your son, Christopher, grabs my mom's purse, dumps it all over the driver's seat, trying to find a key. She puts that in quotes. And then his sister, Melissa, was recording. And I won't ever forget these words. She said, "Just put the truck in reverse and run her over." Now, this is a little girl hearing all this. I was so scared that my mom was going to get ran over. I remember my mom grabbed me and my little sister and ran to the sheriff's department doors. Then they led us all the way in the back in a room. We sat there for a very long time. Then they let us know it was okay to leave. We called my grandpa, who was waiting down the road for us, and told him we are on our way. Then we get on the freeway and I look behind and I see Christopher's dad and stepmom's car following us down the freeway. I was so scared. I kept telling Mom, "Go faster, Mommy, go faster." Then we finally lost them, I remember, just kissing my sister and being so happy to have her back. I know a lot of people are going to say I'm making the story up, but between you, me, my family, and God, we all know the truth and we all know what happened. Also, do you remember this picture? And it's a picture of her holding her baby sister. It was my birthday. I got to see my sister for an hour at a park. You guys were watching us like a hawk, so that must have been when they had her still. I remember crying because all I wanted was my sister and my family to be happy again on my way home. I kept crying because I missed my sister so much. No child should ever have to go through this. I hope you have an amazing night. God bless you. We will keep Sebastian in our prayers. Wow. That is a child who went through the conspiracy, in my opinion, we'll call it, of trying to get custody away from one of CP's baby mamas, mothers, ex-wives. That little girl remembers it. She's traumatized. Okay. And we're going to listen to Nina finish her story. Very brave like her mama. Yes. Let's clear up the campers, please. One time it was said CP went and got the fifth wheel for his mom, then his mom left town in an RV. CP owned a fifth wheel that he was staying in different, Yogi Bear with KP at one point, allegedly Horn Lake. When Sebastian went missing, he went up there he was not alone. That's what I'll say. He went up there, and instead of leaving a support system with his wife, who he always talks about protecting and being there for, the day she found out her child, or whatever, he went the next day, whatever, left for 17 hours to get his fifth wheel. Now, he didn't go alone, so he took the support system away from his wife, the two people. They all got in and drove to get his RV when the child's missing. Why would it take 3 of them? Why would they all leave a mother who's hysterical? I would have assumed she was hysterical. Okay. And they picked up that 5th wheel. Now, what I want to know is, what we've heard is that 5th wheel allegedly went to Alaska. Now, I've heard it, but we can't prove it. And he received a new one. The only thing that I can prove about that is one thing that doesn't prove it, but it kind of makes it sound right, is at one point, sources told me that CP and CC, the back neighbor, did not have the same RV, the same 5th wheel. However, later on, they were shocked to notice they were the same. So that makes me think that CP did get a new one. Okay, so they went to Alaska on a trip that was already planned. And the way they rotate cars is probably how they're rotating 5th wheels and RVs. Jules, that's the best answer I can give you with the knowledge that I know. But I do know some people who live around there were surprised to see that he had the same one as his neighbor behind him, which they said they didn't have the same one before. Okay. So whoever bought the new one or got a new one, I don't know. But that's what I can tell you that I do know. And I would believe that Mama Socks bought him a new one because Mama Socks also gifted him the house in Gallatin that they lived in before coming to Stafford Court. They sold that home and made a profit and went over to Stafford Court. But that home on Remington was gifted to them by Maddie, which is her name actually, B. Socks, and Terry B. Socks. So it wouldn't be a far stretch to think that the toys are gifted. And, I don't think, in my opinion, I think they live a life very grand. And I think part of that, in my opinion, comes from Mama. Homes, vacations, toys. But heck, we got money for all that. Puerto Rico, Alaska, new RVs, everything you want, folks, but don't contribute to the reward. Let's keep going.
And I said, what are you doing? Like, she's a baby. She's going to cry. Rented a room at Kirtland Air Force Base, and they have like lodging there, which is like a house, old base housing, and we ended up getting one of those, and we stayed there for a while.
We're picking up where we left off from yesterday. She had just started to tell us about when she got pregnant. CP wasn't happy. When he started calling the hospital when she was in labor, he was screaming at nurses, causing so much chaos that when they heard he was arriving at the hospital a couple days later, the doctors and nurses went on high alert because CP was entering the hospital. So he was told that he would be asked to leave if he continued to carry on the way he did. And now she's saying they got housing at the base, and that's where they went. And so that's where we are so far. I am a retired safety officer and have worked out of town often. There is no way the company wanted him to move his RV. I know that. I know that too. I am a camper. I've had my RV in many of places when I've had 2 RVs. And if you have an emergency, all you have to do is call them and say, hey, I'll be back in a few days. My son's missing, or here's my credit card. You do not have to physically report there and move your vehicle. Even if you know you're not going to be back in a few days, you could just call them and say, I'm coming. I'm going to be there. And as much money as they have to pay an extra few days wouldn't matter. It would matter far less than supporting, it should matter far less than being there with a mom who just lost her child to have several people exit, in my opinion. And it doesn't take 17 hours. I totally agree. A children's social worker spoke to him in the hospital. Absolutely. That is the behavior. That is the personality that Sebastian lived with. That even nurses and doctors were on high alert around him. Imagine being someone who can't read emotions all the time. He'd be walking on eggshells. I wonder if that was called into CPS, deafening silence. That would be on record, right? Yeah. I can tell you that my father traveled a lot. And if we ever would have had an emergency like that, and he had a hotel or a townhouse or whatever rented for when he was supposed to go back, he never would have left my mother. He would have picked up the phone and said, we have a child missing. Let me cover it from the phone, or I'll be back in a few days. You communicate. You don't have, he wouldn't leave my mother to go out there and clear out his stuff out of a hotel or something. It just doesn't make sense. None of it does that he says. And law enforcement, I do not understand how you can listen to this man for 14 months. 14 months of not a single consistent statement, correct statement, clear statement. I just don't understand it. And same with her. The mother who was there, and for 14 months, they walk around like there's no one missing. It's disgusting. Remember, elections are coming. If you're a local, find someone to run against everyone. They can't be complacent. Even if they're the right person for the job, they should always have a running mate so that complacence isn't part of your community. Because if you have someone complacent who isn't serving and protecting, isn't honoring the laws, isn't prosecuting cases, isn't doing all of the gubernatorial work that should be done, all of the things that should be being done, don't allow them complacency. Give them a running mate. Don't let them take your tax-paying money without working for it. Let's continue with poor Nina's story. It breaks my heart what she's gone through, and her children. Listening to that letter was so sad. And Jules, thank you so much for your service of being a safety officer. We appreciate that, Jules DeCali. Thank you.
I remember one night in particular where we all had went out and got something to eat to bring it back to the room. I had went into the restroom, I believe that's where I was at, and Faith was in her car seat, and my oldest daughter was in the living room with my son and Christopher. Well, anyways, I guess I wasn't moving fast enough for Christopher, but the baby started crying. Faith started crying. And, she's crying and I'm trying to get to her as fast as I can. And when she was in the car seat, my oldest daughter at the time witnessed this with my 3-year-old son. When she was in the car seat, he ended up hitting the car seat against the wall. And he's getting upset because she's crying. And then when she was in her car seat, there was a coffee table right there, and he ended up tossing her on the coffee table with the car seat because he was so irate that she was crying. And I said, hey, what's your problem? I said, what are you doing? She's a baby. She's going to cry. I wish I would have just...
Remember, she's talking about a newborn baby. Telling the story of just coming home from the hospital, going to the housing, getting something to eat. The baby's crying, and he tosses the baby in her car seat on the coffee table because he's upset the newborn baby is crying. In my opinion, allegedly, and I'm allowed to have an opinion, only a monster would do that to a newborn baby, in my opinion.
I wish I would have never met him. I'm sorry. I should have left a long time ago. Because no children ever deserve this. My kids didn't. So he left again to San Diego. A couple of days went by. Then all of a sudden he's like, well, you know, why don't you move to Hendersonville? And I was like, why though? You know, in my head, and I knew it was a bad idea. I just knew it. I knew it because our marriage was on the rocks. I wasn't happy. He wasn't a good father figure to my children. I don't know why I said yes. Well, anyways, so let me back up. So before he left back to San Diego, Faith ended up going back into the NICU. She ended up getting jaundice and she went back to the NICU. So she was in the NICU, I want to say for a week to a week and a half. And that was when Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran guy, or they call him Big D. They came down and she was in the NICU. And that was when I felt like a plan was made because like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks. And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me. They had said, Dina, be careful because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I was like, what? Like, thinking to myself, it can't be true from somebody that's supposed to love you, right? Like somebody that you're supposed to share your life with. Like, why would he want to take the baby away from me?
And that's a great question because he can't understand unconditional love, in my opinion. And that, in my opinion, was another mistake. The shoes was a mistake. We have several mistakes in here. Excuse me. But I also think that anyone who did this underestimated unconditional love that Seth Rogers has for Sebastian, that he will never stop. Comments like, don't let this thing get any bigger and all that stuff. Well, people who can't do things like this don't unconditionally love, so they underestimate someone who would never stop looking because they can't grasp that kind of selfless love for someone else, in my opinion. Yes, mom was on the phone. Mom sent son to bed and allegedly was on the phone with her husband for 3 hours till midnight originally. And now she went to bed at 11, so that's changed. The phone call originally was from 9 to 12, then 9:44 to 12. Now we're at 9:44 to 11. So that 3-hour phone call is drastically down to 1 hour and 20 minutes. Because his father shared with us after looking at some family counseling paperwork that she did not interact with Sebastian at home. And that's very sad. She did not interact with him. So he just went to his room and played with his little fidgets and paper clips and stuff. And he didn't have a lot of games on his phones. He didn't have a playground in his backyard. He didn't have a lot of friends. He didn't have friends to play with. And he didn't have a bike even, it seemed. Very, very sad. No neighbors saw him out playing, no family walks, no walking dogs, none of the above was his life.
And she warned me. But I was like, no, why would they do that? So then after Faith got out of the NICU, we were no longer staying in base housing. We were staying at one of the NBC suites down here. Then his mom came up with an idea. She goes, well, since you guys, you know, will be moving to Hendersonville. And I was like, I felt like, okay, well, maybe. And he's like, well, you'll get help. You're going to get help from my family. And, you know, but I was already getting help here from my parents, you know, with my other 2 children that they helped me raise. So that I went along with it. Like I said earlier, even though I knew it was wrong to go, I still went hoping that my marriage would work out. So she ended up taking Faith, although I was against it. Kathy Bowers-Hawks and her brother Duran ended up taking Faith. And my mom and dad were like, my mom started crying. She goes, why are you letting them take the baby? And I said, because Christopher said that it's going to be too hard for her to travel, you know, to travel. And I'm sorry. They went back. So Kathy and Big D went back to Tennessee. So 2 weeks later, about 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks later, Kathy ended up coming back by herself. I do apologize. She came back by herself to pick up Faith. She was here in Albuquerque for one night, and I was, even though I was against it, I let her go with Kathy, because Christopher said it was going to be too hard to travel with her being a new baby. So he came out from San Diego, rented a U-Haul, packed all our stuff, and we pretty much left. And that's how I ended up in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
You are totally fine with your phrasing, Miss Michelle Pacework, and it is very sad. He was like a ghost in his own home, and it seems that the interactions were only like disciplinary, in my opinion, or negative, in my opinion. It's very sad case. So, something we have to talk about here. We have 2 people who came out. Well, one child was in the hospital. Big D and his sister, CB, Mama Socks. That is when the plan began to be made, according to Nina and the neighbor. So who was it that was making the plan? CB and her brother, Big D Duran, according to Nina. So I think we need to make note of Big D in there, because when we're talking about everything that's been going on, allegedly, there could be many people involved. It could be this family. It could be someone else. I'm not accusing. But when we already have a pattern that 2 people showed up together and a plan was beginning to be formed, and now we have something else going on that may have been a plan, let's certainly put that down. CB and Big D worked together they were conspiring together, in my opinion. And she came back and got the baby, flew out, and he stayed for a night. And CP convinced her to let the baby go, even though her parents didn't want her to give the baby to her. CP said, well, it'll be too hard to travel. So off goes, or CP says too hard to travel. Yes, Big D is Yes, Duran. And DG is his son, Danny G. And so he convinces her to let Mama Socks take the grandbaby, her granddaughter, to Tennessee. And now the story is going to begin in Tennessee. Yes, Jules Tacali. I guess he goes in and out of my radar. Big D Airport 2. What does that mean? Big D Airport, deafening. I'm not sure what you mean. Seth has stated that Sebastian's hydrocephalus did not warrant a drainage tube or shunt. Correct. But you still, if you hear a thud, well, I would as a mother, if I heard a thud and my child, well, even if my child didn't have that, I'd run. But if my child had that hydrocephalus, thank you for using the proper term, Ginger Girl's mom, I would have been running for my life into that room. Why does Ellie not see or say anything? I don't know. I'm beginning to think they've got a, you know, how teachers, they say teachers have a teacher's pet. Beginning to think CP's one of Sumner County's pets. He can do no wrong. He can scare anyone he wants in there. He can threaten whoever he wants in the community. He can behave any way he wants in the community. And no one's going to pull up and tell him to knock it off. And that is a very sad state. But in my opinion, when you have someone who calls our snuggle trouble, you are minimizing victims' rights and you are maximizing criminal justification. So here we go again, maybe. Maybe just crime just doesn't get to him, in my opinion. Because our doesn't, it's snuggle trouble. So what's kidnapping? Just lost something that day by accident? I mean, it's terrible. But I'm so glad the community's starting to speak out. Ginger Girl says, my 35-year-old son has hydrocephalus. I hit the floor running when I hear a thud. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. I just have one question. It's nothing about my opinion. Sure. Share it, Miss Kim. I'll come back for it. I'm going to keep going, okay? I'm not, oh, was he at the airport when they tried to make her look crazy? Oh. The day KP was taping. I don't know that answer. Excuse me. I don't know that answer. I know KP was the one recording. In my opinion, the reason she didn't check on him because she knew exactly what was going on. And in my opinion, he didn't replay as she said he did. He didn't reply. Oh, yeah, because that was added later. Yes, his reply was, I agree with you. His reply was added later. The yes, mama, or whatever, the whatever, yes, ma'am. So the last words were forgotten and remembered. Or shared, may I say. So here we go. Nina's now in Hendersonville. Mama Socks has her grandbaby that she's wanted. And let's see what happens. And it's heartbreaking, so buckle up. I'm trying to find Miss Kim. Has there ever been any mention of them waiting to hear if there was going to be a ransom, like they're waiting for the kidnapper to call to get ransom? No. That's a great question. No. Actually, Sumner County has never come out and said anything. They put through an Amber Alert without a description, even though they had to confirm that he was unlawfully kidnapped to TBI in order for it to go to them. So I believe, in my opinion, they used footage that they were looking at the command center that first day. That's how they knew he didn't leave on his own. That's how they knew they didn't have to alert the community that a stranger came and took a child, in my opinion. And that's what I've heard. Okay, so they've never mentioned it, Miss Kim, because from all the people, sources, things that I've heard, they knew right away, early on, not right away, in the command center, they were looking at footage and they knew a stranger had not come and just snatched him. So that's probably why, and the Proudfoots had never mentioned, I hope someone calls for ransom or anything. No, none of the above. That's a great question. Thank you for asking that. Oh, I don't think she's being suppressed by him, oppressed by him. No. Mm-mm. I think that she can hold her own with him. She's not a weak link, as one of her family members once said. She's volunteering to stay back and let CP talk. Yes. She took the fifth, pled the fifth. She doesn't want to talk. I agree with you. But I don't think she's being oppressed either. I think that if they are looking at them, which CP even said in his explosion, you can look at suspects and stuff, but you have to go after their real life and all that. So I think they know they're suspects, in my opinion. I think that was a very telling statement. But I do not think KP is oppressed by CP, in my opinion. No. Oop, sorry. Let's go ahead and keep watching. That's great questions, everyone. I think I'm getting close. In my opinion, does Big D have a younger son in his 30s? Yes, his name is DG. It is okay to ask, and thank you so much, Too Many Shoes, for using initials. It is DG. He owns second generation construction that Kathy B works for, was listed as the realtor, is now listed as an office manager. So I think that this whole case has affected business, in my opinion, too, and people, I think, representing as an office manager is sending me a message, at least she won't be your realtor. Just my opinion.
That's when my whole life changed. That's when it's going to be too hard for her to travel, to travel. And I'm sorry. They went back. So Kathy and Big D went back to Tennessee. So 2 weeks later, about 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks later, Kathy ended up coming back by herself. I do apologize. She came back by herself to pick up Faith. She was here in Albuquerque for one night, and I was, even though I was against it, I let her go with Kathy, because Christopher said it was going to be too hard to travel with her being a new baby. So he came out from San Diego, rented a U-Haul, packed all our stuff, and we pretty much left. And that's how I ended up in Hendersonville, Tennessee. That's when my whole life changed. That's when my nightmare happened. We lived with his mother and his stepfather, Terry, for about a good month, because our apartment wasn't going to be ready until the end of August, about the end of August. So it was really uncomfortable living there. Terry and Kathy would always bicker at each other, and she'd be bickering with Christopher, and my kids were a problem, an issue. It was always something. I felt really uncomfortable, and I wanted to come home. I just wanted to come home to everything that I knew. I wanted my mom and my dad, even though I was a grown woman. I needed that. So we all had to get along, tried to for the most part, but it was just an awkward situation. I always felt like we were the outcast. Never felt accepted by the Proudfits or the Bowersocks. On one occasion, Christopher was cutting my oldest daughter's nails, and she didn't want her nails cut. And Christopher, grabbed a hold of her hand and she pulled her hand away. And my daughter at the time had braces. He backhand Isabel in the face and busted her whole lip open. I should have left, but I didn't. And I was like, oh my God, like I can't be here. I don't want to be here anymore. So I would come up with every excuse just to come home, but yet, I couldn't come home. So finally we went and we moved into the apartment. And a phone call, like as soon as Christopher was leaving, he settled us in, got a storage unit of what couldn't fit in the apartment. He got everything ready, all right, him and his family. As soon as he knew that we were comfortable, he left back to San Diego. But the night prior to him leaving, he had got a phone call or text message that night, and it said something like, hey baby, or around something like that, saying that when is your flight coming in? And I was like, what? Like, who's texting him? So I did confront him. And like he said on one of the podcasts is that I did slap him. Yes, I did slap him across the face, because who's he talking to at this time and saying, and he could say that she was lesbian, up and down, but at this point in time, I didn't know what to believe. And I was like, okay. So then after that following day, he finally left. His mother came to pick him up to take him to the airport, and he went back to San Diego.
So rumor has it that CP and KP met before he was divorced, allegedly. And at one point he had married housing still, but they were allegedly caught together and trouble ensued. Okay, yes. There is a property which is a few homes away from where the eyeglasses were found, where B-Sox have a property right there. And yes, there is a water tower there. And it has always bothered us when we look at it in the satellite imagery. I also heard, but I've never confirmed, because I don't know, I can't confirm it, that there were tire tracks around that water tower. But, people talk, so I can't confirm that to you. But yes, there is a water tower there. We've looked at it in our lives before. The satellite imagery shows it right there. It's just right there near one of the B-Sox homes, Step Sox house in Gallatin. I also believe that there are plenty of homes, I'm hearing you say, under the realty that should be checked. In my opinion, the home on Remington in Gallatin, the one that was gifted to CP, and he sold it and moved to the one on Stafford, should definitely be checked. And I've brought that up. So in the beginning, at night, Nick the Hat contacted KP secretly in code, kind of see if she, he said they wanted her to let them know with a code word if she didn't feel safe. So the funeral home, What it is there is a second cousin, I believe. Let me look it up for you. He is the director of a funeral home. One moment. What is the name of that? Ivy and hold on. Ivy and Oaks, right? I'll have to get the name of it. Does anyone remember the name of does anyone remember the name of the funeral home that he works at? Kathy B, Grandma Step Socks, one of her relatives is the director of a funeral home in Tennessee. And I'm trying to think, I want to say Ivy and Oaks. Does anyone remember the name of the funeral home? I don't have that notebook with me. So, but he is, yes, he works there. He's a director. I don't know if he owns it. It doesn't say that, but he is a director, and he came out very early in the search on social media saying, this is my cousin's grandson. I agree too, Jen. I hope that water tower has been searched. I also hope the manhole in their yard has been searched, because that could drain through to the retention pond with a scent. So so there is a cousin. He does work at a funeral home, crematorium, and his name's on the top of my tongue. It's CB's cousin, I believe, because he put out a note that he put out a note that on post that was his cousin's step grandson that they were searching for. So that's what I know. If I could remember the name of the funeral home, I'd pull it right up for you and show you him. But I can write that down so I can show you another time. I just wrote it down. Okay. How it looks to me so far, if you're listening to this story, is Big D and CB were the brains of the plan. The brains behind the plan, in my opinion. They showed up and the plan started. Big D went home. They went home. CB came out to be the transfer person to make sure she had allegedly Faith in her possession. And if you haven't heard this, you'll know why I'm saying that in a second. Yes, he works there but doesn't own it. But what is the name of it? I just can't remember it. We've looked at it so many times. He is her cousin. He's the director. And what is it called? I can't remember. I'll have to look that up for you. I don't want to give you misinformation. But they don't own it. He works there. The director. And something else.
And I was left in Hendersonville with 3 children and pretty much no help from anybody. So I have found a job. I had a job, and Kathy helped once in a while. And I needed to find a babysitter. So his biological father, Michael, and his stepmother, Linda, at that point in time offered their services and said that, they can take care of my 2 older children. And Kathy didn't want Faith going over to Michael's house. So she took care of her. And at that point in time, Christopher, we were still communicating. And like I said, our marriage was on the rocks. So my oldest daughter had gotten sick and she has upper respiratory issues. So I took her to the emergency room in Hendersonville, and that's when Hendersonville transferred her to Vanderbilt. Is that what I believe that hospital's name is? And I was kind of frantic because I was like, well, what am I going to do with my 3-year-old son and with the baby? Like, who's going to help me? So I was, I called Chris and I told him, I said, hey, I said, can your mom watch, Faith, or can somebody help me? Everybody was so quick to help me at that point in time. So Faith stayed with Kathy and Noah Bryce went with his sister, Melissa. And I went with my oldest daughter. We got transported downtown. And so we stayed there. I can't recall how many days we were there. And Christopher had, I'd check on the kids, see how they were doing. And that point in time, I was like, okay, well, we got discharged, telling everybody, okay, you can bring Noah back, and telling Kathy, okay, I'm going to be home so you can bring Faith back. Thinking that my children were going to come home to me. I get back to the apartment complex and I pulled into the parking lot and I see Melissa just pulled in right next to me. It seems like they were already there waiting for me to get there. And then she said, I can't stay. I would love to stay, but I can't stay because I don't know what they were doing. And she just, my son gets out of her van and then we walk inside and I was waiting, for Faith to get there. And we weren't there but less than maybe 5 minutes. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, Faith is home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney. And she said, are you called me by my real name, Gomez? And I was like, yeah. And she said, you've been served. She said, you have a protection order against you. You can't see Faith. And Chris is filing for divorce.
Wow. So, watching the baby while she's with her other at the hospital. So far in this story to me, Big D and CB were the brains of the plan. They arrived and the plan started in motion with CP. So those three. Okay. CB came and transferred her, took her, rather than her travel with the family. Melissa had Noah. And in my opinion, Melissa was the lookout for Patty, the lawyer, to say, here's Noah, and be able to let the lawyer or the person serving the papers who was waiting on the lookout say she's home. I think, in my opinion, Melissa was the lookout to let her know, okay, I just got Noah back, they're home. And the doorbell rang 5 minutes later. And we heard the little girl's story about that. She remembers her mother on the floor crying after the door was knocking on the door when they got home. Very sad.
I was like, what? So then I go back, and thinking like my heart just drops. Like, what? Like, is this a dream? Like, this can't be happening to me. Like, this cannot be happening to me right now. So then I get on the phone and I try calling Chris and he didn't answer. And then I was like, rushing around and I get my kids in the truck and I go to the Gallatin police department and I, was ringing the call button. And like finally 30 minutes later, somebody shows up and I told them what happened and I showed them the paper and they said, yep, we can't help you. all I can think about is my baby. Like, how am I gonna get my baby back? Like, why is this happening to me? So I go to Kathy's house and I knock on the door. And I remember I had Christopher's stepmom, Linda, on the phone with me. She was on speakerphone and I told her what was going on. Little did I know everybody was in on this. And Terry answered the door, which is Chris's stepfather. And he told me that I need to get off of his fucking property. And here little Noah, who's 3 years old, and my Isabella is 7. And they're standing behind me. And I said, please tell me what's going on. I said, where's Faith? I said, please give me my baby back. And he told me, get off my fucking property. And he took out a green and black baseball bat. And he told me to fucking leave or he's gonna bash me and my kids' heads.
Those kids' heads that he was going to bash in are his step-grandchildren. That is a very serious, in my opinion, revelation there, because that's a stepchild and we're missing one of their stepchildren, grandchildren. Shocking. So in front of her children, Terry B opened the door and said, get off my effing property. There's a 3-year-old, his 3-year-old step-grandchild, his 7-year-old step-grandchild standing there. He pulls out a bat and says he's going to bash her and her kids' effing heads in. And we heard the little girl recount that story now that she's grown up. It is horrible. It is terrifying. Look at the plan in action, and you heard Nina say it. Little did I know everyone was in on it. Yes, deafening silence with a shovel, correct? Or was it a bat? Yeah. So I think that it's important to watch these and see people who've interacted. We know what Sebastian allegedly went through, right? But this is other children now and other step-grandchildren of the Bowers step-socks that are going through it. We're going to go on for a few more minutes. I know we're over our time hour, but I want us to be able to watch a little bit more of this. It's just so heartbreaking, and it really shows us when she says, little did I know everyone was in on it, and Big D and CB showed up with and the plan began. The neighbors said CP's planning with them to take your baby. Then they leave. CB comes back, does the transfer to her home. CP convinces her to let her have the baby because it'll be easier than traveling with her. So she does, against her parents' better judgment too. You know, they didn't trust them. Shovel and 2x2, thank you. And she doesn't get her baby. Well, then when the other daughter goes into the hospital, Melissa watches one, CB watches another, and CP's stepdad and dad and stepmom watch another, Isabella. Melissa had Noah, they had Isabella, or Nina was with Isabella, that's right. Melissa had Noah at that time. Melissa pulls up, gives her Noah, goes to the house, and the family friend attorney shows right up within 5 minutes. So Melissa, I believe, was the lookout, in my opinion. And if we just start taking their roles and applying them to this, we have a lookout and the planners, in my opinion, CP, CB, and Danny or Big D. Then we have someone helping to browbeat the situation is TB. The violence.
So me and my kids walked out to my truck and we got back in it. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? This is a nightmare. What am I going to do? And Chris was inside of the house with the baby. I saw his shadow. And they lied for him and they said that he was in California and he really wasn't. So we go back to the apartment and I'm trying to gather all my thoughts together. I'm trying to keep as calm as I can for my other two children, but all I could do is just cry and just think, like, what is my next move? What am I going to do now? I'm so far away from home. I'm far away from my parents. I'm far away from everything that I've ever known. So then I make a call to my brother, who, he lives in Phoenix. And I told him what was going on, and he was so upset. And he's like, oh my God. And he's like, have you called mom and dad yet? And I said, no. And he told me himself that day, he said, you're going to fight. You're going to fight like hell to get Faith back. You don't leave that baby in that state. You fight like hell to get her back, whatever it takes. And that's what I did. I called my mom and dad. And it had to have been after midnight here, so about like 1 something our time there. My dad answered the phone. And I couldn't talk. All I could do is cry. I couldn't get the words out. And finally he said, calm down. Please calm down and tell me what happened. And I told him, I said, Daddy, they took my baby.
Hi there. I do Town Chat Cafe. The name of the funeral home, it's just heartbreaking what she went through, and it was a plan. One looked out. One was the lookout for the papers to be served in the temporary order or restraining order. One had the bat ready if they approached the premises. CP was in there with the baby she saw, but they lied. All these patterns can be brought over of capability if they want something or don't want something. If they want someone or don't want someone, right? Okay, so the funeral home, I pulled it up. It is Oaks and Nichols, not Ivy and Oaks. Sorry, that's a restaurant. Oaks, Oakes, and Nichols. Here, let me just pull it up for you real quick. Okay, let me share it with you. Okay. This is Oaks and Nichols Funeral Home. It's in Columbia, Tennessee. Let me find out Columbia real quick to Hendersonville for you. You all have great questions tonight. I appreciate them. An hour and 3 minutes from Hendersonville. So it's an hour away from Hendersonville. And this is Kathy Stepsox's cousin, Shane Bradford. He is the one who posted that his cousin's step-grandson was missing. So he is a licensed funeral director and embalmer certified pre-need consultant. A licensed funeral director and embalmer, Shane began his association with the firm in September of 1990. He was born and reared in Marshall County and graduated from Marshall County High School in 1988. He graduated from John A. Gupton Mortuary College in 91. So he works there. He is the licensed funeral director and embalmer for Oaks and Nichols Funeral Home, and it is 1 hour away in Columbia, Tennessee. It's actually an hour south. Go through Nashville, Franklin, Spring Hill, and then Columbia. So I want to make sure I say all my thank yous. Thank you, Jules, to Callie. And again, Jules, and for all your amazing questions tonight. YouTuber, I like this extra time together because I actually get to get through all your great questions. Jules to Callie, they didn't need a key. It's a code, right? And there's 2 doors with codes on it. The man door to the garage and the front door. The rest are keys other than the electric door. Thank you to NJ's. And if you received that membership, welcome in. And thank you, MJ's. Welcome in, Annette. Welcome in, Roxy R. Thank you again, Jules to Callie. Said they weren't working right that night. Interesting. We'll have to listen to some more. It's unbelievable some of the things said, right? JB looks like CB in that car. I wrote that down, Raymond. We're going to look at the Texas Roadhouse stuff together, and I will get a picture of it on my computer so we can look in that car next door. Jen in Georgia, thank you so much. Raymond, thank you for gifting a membership. If you're the recipient, please thank Raymond, and we'll see you Saturdays at 1 p.m. Eastern and either tomorrow or the next night for an extra one. Whispering Winds, thank you so much for the super sticker. I do want to see the video where someone took out the trash. Someone tell me where you saw it, and I will try and get a hold of that. Thank you, Jules, for sharing that. Sassy, thank you for contributing to our goal. I think it's important to hear the child who grew up, what they went through. Thank you all. And listen to Nina some more. I'm glad you were here, Chemistry Queen, for a live. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you again, Jules to Callie, for expanding our membership, our family reunions. And yeah, they've never mentioned suspects, so I hope they've checked out. I know you're supposed to check out their immediate circle and then kind of go out through their circle, and he had a small circle. So hopefully, Jules to Callie, everyone, including that person, was checked out. Thank you, Nicey Marie. Appreciate you. Love the image you've got there. Thank you again, Raymond, for expanding our families. Thank Raymond, please. Raymond, I appreciate your generosity. Pamela, thank you so much. And what is your cute dog's name? Jules, thank you for allowing us to share your knowledge, your work, and thank you for everything you do with your canines. So appreciate it. And again, thank you, NJs. You all have been wonderful this evening. I've so enjoyed you. Dawn B, welcome in. So glad. I hope to see you at our membership, our reunion this Saturday, but we're going to have another one tomorrow or the next night. I will see you all. First place the trash truck stopped. Did they ever check there first before the landfill? They went, Michelle, they went and spoke to the trash person who told, so they actually tracked the trash. They spoke to the trash person, is what I know, who told them allegedly nothing was unusual about the trash and told them where like the transfer station was and where it would go. So I'm sure because they followed it, I'm hoping, I'm assuming they followed the entire route. But I don't think it was dumped anywhere until it got there. So you're welcome, Miss Kin 77. Lady J, love it. Thank you. You all have been wonderful. I'm going to go get some dinner, walk my dogs. I hope you have a blessed rest of your day. And I will see you tomorrow for Thursday. We're almost to Friday. Yay. Tomorrow May 1st, you all? Yes, tomorrow is the 1st of May. I hope you've all enjoyed yourself as much as I enjoyed my time with you. Wonderful crew, wonderful group. Questions are amazing. I write them down so I can think about them, look them up. So appreciate that you're drama-free, and mods, so appreciate the way you run this chat. Thank you, Lisa Voigt. All of you have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tomorrow. We are going to bring him home. Prayers up for Sebastian. Well, I usually do 8:30 Eastern, but I've been trying to, because I get off to where I can try and race home and do 6:30 Eastern like yesterday and today. So my hope is to do it at 6:30 Eastern if I can get home in time. That means there have been no fights, of no kids fighting, no parents showing up kind of thing. So if I can get home, you'll see me at this time again. But if not, no, I'm coming on. It's just a little later. So thank you so much. I didn't know about the FH. That's scary. What's the FH? I'm not sure what FH is. Is it something I said? I want to address you before I hang up, but I don't know. Well, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Here for the truth. If I don't answer that question, because I'm not sure what you mean about the FH. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. He is Kathy B's cousin. He is the funeral director and embalmer. So. Linda, that's such a good question. Why did Chris say it was a couple hours after he got home that he took out the trash? He was not home. How would he know? Because he knows everything in his opinion. That's all I can tell you. He is the keeper of the narrative. We listened to the PI interview the other day, and he is telling KP, who's home, how to say it, what not to add, don't delete, interrupting her. He is the keeper of the narrative. And I ask again, what's at stake that he acts that way? Because he knows it's being recorded and watched. You all have a wonderful evening. I hope we've all learned something today and something we can take with him. And he also said it was 2 hours between the time he got home and went to bed. Yes. Yes. But notice he gives ranges. Because when it's about a child's life, he isn't choosing to be specific. And that's not an opinion. It's obvious because he's doing it, in my opinion. Thank you all. I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to shoot again for 6:30 Eastern. But if it's not right then, it'll be coming. It means I got held up at work. Have a wonderful day. Great to see you. Prayers up for all the missing. Prayers up for Sebastian, Seth, and everyone looking. Let's bring them all home. Talk soon.